Click you. And are you going to change? Okay. I think? Question mark? Yes. All right. So now the horizontal should be online. Hopefully. One can dream. Okay, let's try to make it to the cave over here before we sleep. Because this weather is kind of nice. We can start a fire. We can do a little bit of repairing. We can cook some water. Yes. Diddly. So many questions. If that is a fire log, I am not picking it up. Those are too heavy to be worth the trouble. But if it's a cedar... Oh, hello. I wasn't expecting you there, but if you're there... We can pull a little sneaky-roo. Now that's what I was looking... More revolver ammunition! Surely you have to go around. Right, buddy? Ha! I think we lost him. Also, how did we get 2 scent marks? Now, I'm going to say I was pretty proud of that play. How long would you survive in a real-life scenario similar to the Long Dark? If it was somewhere similarly cold, I would say probably not very long. What would probably happen is I loot the first town, run out of food, and then starve. Let's check the cave on the left, and then we'll head over to the transition cave. Why are there so many crows? Oh yeah, so that's a deer, I remember it. And that, I don't remember what that is, probably a deer. It couldn't hurt to check, could it? Yeah, this is the way, right? This looks walkable-ish. Ish. Give me some flat. Come on, give me some flat. There we go. This does not look walkable. That is not walkable. Wait, then how the heck do you get up there? Is there another way over here? Oh, there is another way. Yeah, as far as survival is concerned, for cold winter weather survival, I would not put myself at very high odds if there was no electricity. Okay, show me what you got. Please be a lumberjack. Please be a lumberjack. Moving and film were acting like they didn't need to go to school the very next day. Look, you know, homies be acting out. They be wildin'. Alright, what do we got? Is it a deer? It is a deer. And no arrows, how rude. Okay, let's put a pin in this. We got maple saplings here. But still... No hatchet. To be honest, I have half a mind to go and forge an improvised hatchet just so I can chop those damn things down. Honestly, it's infuriating. Saplings everywhere. And not an axe to chop. Alright, how much meat did this guy have? 2 kilos, not half bad. Wait, 38 minutes to harvest 2 kilos from a deer? What a noob.
The sun's setting. It's gonna get a lot colder soon.
So I think we do the nearby cave, not the transition cave. We've got the storm lantern, so there's literally no loss. The only downside would be if the wolf chased us all the way over here, but I don't think it should. Although with 3 scent marks, you never know. Wait, is this the way down? No, but we can go down. Hup, hup, hup. There we go. Hup.
My energy is just...
His entire family died in a car crash. Yeah, when you see your homie and he's making a face at you. Okay, do we damage boost and do some repairs in this cave and boil some water while we desperately need to sleep? I think we do. It's probably fine, right? And I think there might be some stuff in here too. Show me what you got. Can't see very well though. So you're a rock, and you're weird geometry, and you are plastic container. Wait. I made a huge mistake. I just realized I left the bedroll back in the dam. You have got to be kidding me. Well, let's use this just to see. Okay, there really is nothing here. So, it's a good thing we have coffee. I cannot believe this. I cannot believe this. I dropped the bedroll at the dam and I didn't remember to bring it to Regan. Well, I think we should be all right. I think we should be all right. Certainly, Mackenzie won't die from missing just one night of sleep. Certainly, right? Probably. How many tenders do we have? Plenty. Yeah, and honestly, we can just coffee boost most of the way there, I hope. We'll stop by the signal station. That should have a bed. And I guess that's one more excuse to take the detour to the signal station instead of going straight down the farmhouse. Is this? Yeah, this is the way. This is the way. At least the walking speed isn't so brutally drained. Sodas. Actually, let's not drink sodas because coffee. Let's do chips. Chips and granola bar. And sardines. 1 sardines. 2 sardines. All right, let's go. Let's go. Come on. Come on. My current dream is that there's a hatchet somewhere in this cave. All these caves have this like middle atrium area. And I'm hoping there's one there. All right, we're walking over here. We're walking over here. We're walking slowly. Oh, rabbits. Rabbits. We can get the last pelt that we need for the hat. Alright, come on, buddy. Come on. Damn. There have been a lot of really dumb TikTok trends. That doesn't surprise me. Gengar. Where'd that rabbit go? This is a little bit of wasting time. I would very much like to have another pelt. Alright, Metal Gear. Nailed it. Alright. Oof. Oof. And as long as we're not so slow, let's not waste the coffee and harvest it on the spot accidentally. Another thing that I might be hoping against hope is perhaps there's a bed somewhere in this cave. It's not entirely outside the realm of possibility. Let's see. Oh no, now that we're inside, we walk so slow. Alright, show me something nice, please. I beg of thee. Okay, so this is either day 3 or 4. There is a decent chance for a something blizzard either tomorrow or the next day. That is something to be aware of. Okay. I think uphill means good. Probably. And drink additional coffee. Okay. I think these caves are sufficiently donut or 8-shaped that it doesn't really matter which direction we go. I think both of these lead to the same atrium area eventually. They don't.
This stuff will come in handy.
Nice. We are popping a quick squat. Just for a good, what, 8-9 hours? Sometimes ask and ye shall receive. Nine-hour squat. Okay, nice. Drink a soda or two. Why don't you? Don't mind if I do. Okay, this time, let's remember to pick up the bedroll. Let's see if we have anything else that's nice over here. Don't need the toque.
Wonder if this is
We'll take the peaches. A couple of coals could be useful just for burn time. But otherwise, I think we are out of here as fast as we can get. As fast as we please. Okay, so this is the fire that I thought would be here. And I was hoping that there would be a improvised bed here. But we found something better. So we don't need to worry about that any longer. And that looks like the ramp that goes up. Bulk Valley news just dropped. Oh man. So it turns out that the Mayans have returned. 2012 was just a few years too late. And the end of the world really is now. Really is now. Alright, got anything good in here? Like a hatchet? Nope. Just a couple of old king coals. Maybe we all died in 2012. Yeah, and the rest of this is just a fever dream. The rest of it is just Madness. Our brains firing off random chemicals as they shut down. We should be really close to the exit. Right here, maybe? Probably yes. Probably yes. And... Alright, it looks dark, but I'm pretty sure the exit is just straight ahead here. Yeah. Alright. So we can actually leave this... we can leave this lantern here.
I need to drop something.
Because surely we're not going to be going into any more caves. At least farther north from here. It's quite cold. It's not quite bright yet. Let's see if we can harvest this rabbit pelt. It is dark, but if it'll let us, it'll let us. Also, we don't need both of these knives. Alright. Hide and gut. Harvest. We'll find a hatchet here, I believe. In fact, we might even find a hatchet in this hunting stand that's right near the exit. Okay, and what we can also do, as long as we don't forget, is also drop these fresh gut and the rabbit pelt. So it can cure while we're away. Okay, actually, hold on. What else can we drop here? What would we want to bring back? Hold on, I'm still only wearing the festive sweater. Let's actually put these things back on. Where are you? And right now, I think the urban parka is probably the best, but let's compare to the ski jacket. No, the simple parka is better. Oh, but that's just because of the condition. I remember now.
I remember now. Carry.
Yeah, and even the ski jacket would only be good as an outer layer. Okay, let's get out of here. Yeah. And right, I want to say up there should be hunting blind. We have to be able to drop more things. 40 kilos is a little bit much. No, there's definitely a hunting blind up there. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. But what can we drop? We don't actually have that much stuff. We're never going to use a whetstone. Ever. Probably don't need all these flares. Food-wise, we actually have a lot of food. I guess a bunch of it is in this and this. We don't need the carcass. And let's also drop some of this prepared food or processed food. Yeah. If we need these things on the way back, we'll pick them up. So actually, yeah, this is a lot of tea. This is like an unreasonable amount of tea. It's all very lightweight, which is why I usually never drop tea or coffee, but it's still an unreasonable amount. And also we have a bunch of clothes that we do not need. Like, we're not going to need so many. Well, you never know. You never know. We're under capacity. We can drop or harvest the clothes as necessary. Let's just go for now. I am wearing... Yeah, I put that stuff on. I can't believe I forgot that I was only wearing the festive sweater again. Okay, so I believe up here on the top of this hill, there's kind of an open flat area that will either have deer or wolves. I don't know which. And we do have 2 scent marks. So 2 scent marks is not great, but not the end of the world, because it should be flat enough that we can see things coming. But first order business is cry because we can't cut down this maple sapling. All right, show me what you got. A flask. Return the flask. Okay. Another broken arrow. So if we are able to finally chop one of these bastards down, we will be able to make some arrows. At least 3. All right. Let's get a little bit more meat here. And feather. Because if we're fletching, we're going to need feathers. And we don't have very many right now. So I will scamper around and pick these up. All right. 2 more kilos of meat. Pensive Pond might have one in the picnic area. And that's not too far from here. But it is very cold. Let's first check. Okay, we're not very hypothermic.
Just want to lay down.
But I do get the feeling that it's threatening a blizzard. I don't know, do we go out of our way? Yeah, I guess we could check the ice cabin, the ice fishing cabin, and then head back to the signal station. Yeah, I don't see any wolves here quite yet. So maybe it should be just a short little detour. Maybe. We do have 3 scent marks now, which isn't fantastic. If we hear or see any awoos... Oh! If we hear or see any awoos, we're heading to the signal station because that has an interior. A shack on the road. On the way to the farm that has a rifle sometimes. I think I might know which one you're talking about. There's like a dead body there from the overturned bus or something. That might just be in the campaign. But for now, let's try to not get eaten. Or perhaps more importantly, let's try to not have our clothes be damaged. Okay, as long as he's okay at that distance, I'm okay with him being behind us. But I suppose I should also, just in case, prepare a flare. Because you never know, he may get impatient. Okay, but here's what we can do. Now that we're at the signal station, we can loop around to the farmhouse, check the farmhouse, and we will check the lake and the pond on the way back. Or the pond. I don't remember what it's called. But the thing that's just that way, to the east, we'll check that on the way back. 25 days. It's been 4 days. Okay, let's go around to the right to make it a little bit easier to get into the back entrance. Even if he's not still stalking us, I'm sure he's still hunting us because of the 3 scent marks. There is some loggage there. Still no rope on that mountaineering spot. I hear him. I think. I thought I heard something. I guess I didn't. Okay. So inside, warm up. At least until we don't have hypothermia anymore. And let's check the bed first. Ah, the expedition parka. I guess it's just there quite often. Okay. So I think we double expedition parka. Mackinac jacket. Well, now we have a question. Another storm lantern. We can leave that. We certainly won't be needing a storm lantern around here.
Kind of heavy.
Mittens. We'll take the mittens to break them down. Because I think we can actually... let's check the food and water situation. But I think we may be able to spend time here basically just getting all of our clothing in order. Ooh, hello. Is that 2 rifle cartridges? Or am I crazy? 1? Just 1. That is exactly what I was thinking, Chelsea. But first, let's make sure there's nothing good that we're missing. Which, of course, in these cabinets there never is. Of course, in these drawers there never is. Well, I suppose the chips aren't too bad a haul. Energy bar. Not the worst. Bandage. Anything in the trash? Lantern fuel. Don't need it. Food. Hoover up all the food. More tea. Water bottle. Okay, not bad. Not the worst, actually. Another storm lantern. Come on now. This is just getting silly. Peanut butter. You know what? I think you're right. I even remember the last time I was here, I saw the peanut butter behind there, but that's because I had a torch out at the time. Or some source of light, I think. Okay, so we have food. We have water. We can chill here. Let's see. I think we can end game our clothing right now. Okay. So, Expedition Park or Mackinac. Expedition Parka looks like it'll be something like... Oh, is that 4C? For the warmth? Or is it... Yeah, I think it is. So 4 Celsius warmth and 6 wind chill. Compared to Mackinac. Mackinac is probably going to be something like 2.5 warmth and 2 wind chill. So I think we double Expedition Park it. Despite it requiring 2 cloth to repair, it's probably worth the trouble. And it's even the same weight, so that's actually a lot better. Okay. Let's take stock of the food and water. Both are pretty good, actually. We'll drink some sodas. We do have to eventually cook this venison. I should not have drank that soda. I should not have drank that. Let's actually cook that venison now. Assuming the wolf's not outside.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
I don't hear any paw pads, but again, we do have 3 scent marks. Let's start a fire. And of course it's not sunny. Rip. Book. Tinder plug. Ooh. I do like the 90%. But we're not so hard up for matches that we should use that quite yet. Alright, start the fire. I think we'll get a little bit of water going.
Come on.
And then we'll use the other burner to cook.
That's done.
Very nice. We did not mean to do that. We meant to do this. And for firewood, get that garbage out of here. Oh, you know what? I dropped the cooking pot, didn't I? Yet another reason to always have one recycled can on hand. Okay, so that's going to be 40 minutes. Do we have any 30-minute repairs to do? Probably the socks, right? 45 minutes. No, that'll work. This'll work. We shouldn't burn or boil off completely. Also, hold on. So that's another successful repair. That's repair number 11. All right, what else? How long does a combat pan take? Only 30 minutes. Let's hit that one. Oh my god. That's 12 successful repairs in a row. Oh, and you almost burned, I forgot. Kind of rainy here. Okay, so you're 50 minutes. And you are going to be another 40. And what can we do with 40 minutes? Maybe a hat? Certainly this takes a long time. 45, Let's do it. Oh, let's go. 13. 13 repairs in a row. This is actually kind of silly. Okay, and I guess we need to do some harvesting. Because we're almost out of cloth. You're not cooked, are you? You are cooked. And let's also make sure this fire doesn't burn out. You know what? At this point, with this luck, I can't believe anything other than this challenge has to have repair fails turned off. It has to. Is there even anything else worth repairing at this point? I guess there's a couple of things. How much does a mulligan repair? I guess it would over repair. So the last two things I would consider repairing are the thick sweater here and the other expedition parka. Guess let's continue harvesting. Okay, harvest you. We can even harvest a parka, as absolutely blasphemous as that sounds. And only 20 minutes for 2 cloth? It had a massive 1.25 kilograms. You are cooked, and let's actually not let you burn down quite yet. Take a couple cedars in replacement for that fir. How much more meat? We have 2 meats. 2 meats. We can harvest the Mackinaw. And that's another basically kilo free of our carry weight. Down vest. And that should boil. Oh. Boil off is what I meant. And that's kind of a little bit off cycle. Dare I? No, 45 minutes? I don't have 45 minutes. Because either the cooking won't work out with 45 minutes. How about you, though? Are you no, you're an hour. Woof. So, for now, I think we need to wait until these things are done cooking. And one more venison. I don't remember it was a kilogram. And that's not going to last. I'd rather not add the fuel, but the cedar firewood is more precious because you can start a fire with it. So that's okay. See if we can see a bear or something. Okay. Honestly, if there was a cluster of birch saplings right outside the house over there that I couldn't cut down, I would be jumping. So I think we got lucky. And I also don't see a bear anywhere. So I think we're good on that front too, hopefully. One can hope. Okay, we are over-encumbered. How over-encumbered are we, though? How over-encumbered are we, really? Yeah, no bear. I didn't see any wolves either. But I wasn't sure if we were close enough for them to render in. But I definitely didn't see any. Now, I suppose we can do a couple more harvests. You're almost boiled and you're not even close to ready. Might as well do the driving gloves too. You up. And D is for driving gloves. Action harvest. Number 1 and number 2. Okay. How many cured leathers do we have? 4 cured leathers. 5 cured leathers. I think we dropped these boots. I think we dropped the boots. I think we dropped the gloves too. The gloves are light enough. Might as well keep those. Okay. I think we can head out.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
You can't. You need all of it, Mackenzie. Let's drink. Drink our weight down and eat our weight down. Alright, now we just need to find the pass on the western side of the map. And hope that wolf isn't still back here, because we still don't have anything to deal with it. Alright, I think he left. So we just need to head down around to the right. And it should be a quick little jog. Assuming there isn't a wolf pack down here. I have seen one in this valley before. But I don't hear an awoo, and so we're just going to go. At least I can hope. One, 2, 3, 4. Okay. The 10-second timer. Oh yeah. Easy. Super easy. Super easy. We are close to the pass that goes to Blackrock, but that is a way far way away. It's like 2 or 3 transition zones to go through, which is a lot. And I also can't think off the top of my head of any good place to look for a rifle there. In the survival mode, I don't even remember finding a rifle there. So let's completely cross that off the list. Jeez. That is some windy sounds. Okay, so yeah, I think what we do is I think we beeline it. I think we beeline it over to the farmhouse. And then on the way back, we check the other barn. I mean, the barn by the road. And then we go down the road until we find that basically burnt out shack you mentioned earlier. And from there, I think we can go into the hills and get to the pond. So we can call that our loop. Get on this road and get this juicy movement speed boost. Absolutely delicious. Absolutely my favorite thing. And man, not even a flare gun this entire time. I can't tell if this is threatening a blizzard, but it feels like a fog is rolling in really quickly. Let's just get through this fence and put our nose towards the farmhouse and press W. But I agree. Prison-wise, there's definitely the ballistic vest down in the depths. There might also be a revolver somewhere down there. But don't quote me on that second one. Yeah, it is really trying to start a blizzard, isn't it? That's a wolf. That's 2 wolves. 3 wolves. 4 wolves. Well, okay, we're going around. We are going a little bit around. We do only have 1 scent mark, and the wind is blowing from them to us. I think we're okay. As long as that wolf pack doesn't migrate, it is completely out of the way. Of course, the wind, as always, is blowing from the direction we want to go, making us walk slower. It is uncanny how the game chooses the wind direction. Absolutely uncanny. And so slow. So fat, so slow. Come on, we're walking over here. Oh, hold on, though. I wonder... Over in those rocks, there's that airline crash survivor that you have to get in the campaign. I wonder if there's a rifle over there. I feel like maybe it was just a campaign thing, but I feel like there's a rifle over there, or I've seen one over there before. We'll check that after the house. Probably tomorrow morning, at this rate. But we'll check the car first. Still no bear. Alright. Force, force, force. And show me what you got.
Could end up being useful.
Not the best. We don't exact more frickin' revolver. What do we have? 40 revolver ammunition now? Got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. Well, it's still light. Let's actually check the outhouse. This little busted up thing over here. The last time I looked inside, I don't think there was anything at all. But usually there's at least a couple things. What do we got? Simple tools? Look, it is what it is.
What have we here?
More rifle ammunition. What do you think? Basement first, maybe? I think so, because the basement gets really dark, actually. So, let's take a peek in here. Although I suppose we could have picked up one of those storm lanterns. But that would have been a little bit heavy. It's not like we're hurting for matches, so... And speaking of not hurting for matches, we have even more. Nothing here. Take a little bit of wood for burning later. Trying to think, do we even need a fire? I don't think we need a fire. We have nothing to cook. We have enough water.
This will come in handy.
And we don't even need that sweater. Because we already have one.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
I'm hoping the noise I hear isn't a power transformer arcing near where I am. Because that would be bad. Now this is getting a little bit ridiculous. A little bit ridiculous. Cannot believe how... I cannot believe this. It's outrageous. It's unfair. Another 3781. With the, less than... I guess it's okay, but not the greatest bread recipe. Broom. Wood. Let's do a quick peek around first before the torch goes out. Anything under these... Under these benches? Not really.
So tired.
You feel tired because you've been awake and walking all day, Mackenzie. You dum-dum. Okay, certainly we don't need all these books in here.
Might have to drop some gear.
Probably don't even need any medical either. The ear wrap. At this point, probably unnecessary. But it also doesn't hurt. It's not like we're going to be making a moose hide satchel. So we can toss that on. Alright. More revolver ammunition. We found 50 rounds. And 0 revolvers. So very, very silly. Don't need medical. Just do a quick check of the rooms, and then we can actually probably do a little bit more repair. Urban park, we don't need that. Anything under the bed? No. Come on, real quick before it gets dark. Let's just check under this bed. Firearm cleaning kit. We were promised Who has a firearm cleaning kit and no firearm? Come on now. Not even a revolver. Rude. Okay, well, fine, be that way. It's kind of dark. I suspect we won't be able to get this off because of the time. I guess we can, yeah, we can try this. Oh, the first fail. The first repair fail. It happened. It finally happened. Now I can stop waiting for the other shoe to drop. What was it, 12 or 13 in a row that we got? Jeez. All right, repair you. It's probably going to get too dark. That's fine. It didn't get too dark. And that's great. And now it's definitely going to get too dark. No way it gives us an hour. Exactly. All right, so we drink, we eat, we be merry, but in the opposite order. Okay, and drink. And now we sleep until the morn. What? 9, 10, 11? Let's try for 11. Because we are almost completely knackered. All right, and again, we eat, we drink, we be merry. Slurpity slurp. Right, we are pretty heavy. A lot of it is unnecessary firewood. And we also don't need 2 magnifying lenses. Okay. Now the question I have to ask myself. Do I care about what could be in all these cabinets? Because I think for the most part, I actually don't.
Someone's stash.
Someone's stash. Literally just a worn t-shirt, Mackenzie. Okay, another storm lantern. We don't need it. Could have been marginally useful if I saw it last night, but I didn't. And now it's not really necessary. And also kind of heavy.
Thank goodness.
We take the soda, we ditch the socks. Alright, clothing-wise. Let's toss on this ear wrap. Yeah, we are quite toasty. The next thing to repair is the mulligan. The muckluck. Alright, so I think that's pretty much a wash for the farmstead here. Now, do we really need all the stuff we're carrying? Probably not. Sardines. See if there's anything we missed. Check the cabinets real quick.
Could end up being useful.
More firewood, just to check. We will check our firewood situation after opening the cabinets. Yes, man food and tomato soup, plant food. Nothing, and
Can't have too much
water
water.
bottle. Okay, well, water we're actually pretty okay on. So, I think we dropped some wood. I think we also make some more tinder because we are, I would say, given our fire starting skill, dangerously low on tinder. I really only feel safe with more than 10. Alright, but beyond that, we don't need any of these newspapers. It's yesterday's news. Fir firewood, probably not necessary. Cedar firewood, probably just need the one. Accelerant, don't really need it. Probably a little bit heavy on the medical. 4 bandages is almost certainly overkill still. And we definitely don't need 18 painkillers. Who am I, Dr. House? And clothing-wise, we've got 8 cloth and a ton of cured leather. I think we drop all the clothes we're not wearing. And that was actually a non-trivial amount of things to drop. All right. Food-wise, pretty heavy. A bunch of it's in water. A bunch of it is in soda. Don't need the lantern fuel. We don't need so many sewing kits. We'll never need this charcoal. And I suppose we can harvest these arrows. It does sound like there's a blizzard outside. Which isn't great because I did want to go over and check that rock. And I feel like I would get lost if I tried. Oh, we also don't need the snare. 1, because I forgot about it, and 2, because we already have the number of pelts we need for a hat. I don't think we need 9 scrap metal. We're really never going to get around to doing any forging, are we? And if we are, certainly we can find more on the way. Let's go downstairs, and let's turn at least a few of these scrap metal into hooks. Our fishing skill is not great, and so a hook or 12 would behoove us. Yeah. And in fact, the reason that I did pick up those acorns was to make some lures. So I think we do these too. The blizzard is still on, so we're stuck in here for now. And 1 more revolver casing lure. Actually, how many hooks do we have? 19 hooks. That's a decent number of hooks. And we have 4 lures. It still sounds windy outside. Let's make some simple lures. This is also going to give us an excuse to drink more water and lighten our weight that way. And I think the wind also stopped. Okay, so we've got something like 4 kilograms and change free, barely. So we could support a rifle and not be over encumbered if we found one. Okay, let's actually turn right around and grab a save just in case it decides to freeze again. Never do you know. And I'm always worried when the loading little walking animal doesn't pop up. I don't know if it's because it's loading too fast or what, but it's the same thing that happens when it freezes. Okay. So first, we check this rock. Then we go down and we check the road. The barn, then the road. We go down the road over the bridge. I think to the right over the bridge is where that shack is. And then we go uphill to the pond. And if that doesn't work, we head back to Mystery Lake. And we head towards Trappers. If that doesn't work, we head to the Broken Railroad. And we go to the estate that's on the upper area in the Broken Railroad. And if that doesn't work, we'll have to come up with a plan D. Okay, that's a scrub brush. Not a bear skeleton. We do have 0 scent marks. And the wolves should be farther south of us. Alright, show me what you got. You got anything good here? You have a flare and a bandage. That's not helpful.
Hope nobody needs this
And a
anymore.
flashlight. That's also not helpful. Nothing? Nothing hiding in the bushes? Nothing. Okay. Okay, let's head back. Let's start heading back. It's getting late in the day. We are getting tired. I'm trying to decide whether or not it would be a good idea to try to make it all the way to the cave in the south before going to sleep. It is a ways. If we really need to, we can take a nap in the fishing hut in the pond. If we really need to. But so far, I don't think it's so desperate. It might be that desperate. We do have coffee. Well, it's only mid-afternoon. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's only mid-afternoon and we're just doing a little bit of walking. Yeah. All right, come on, barn. Actually, we can check inside the tractor too. Sometimes there are goodies, but I can't imagine an entire rifle would fit. All right, show me. Don't see anything good? Because there's nothing good. And that's a bear. That is a bear. Well, he hasn't seen us. Let's just let him pass. Okay, another storm lantern and more matches. Another revolver cartridge. Water, water everywhere. And not a cylinder to load. Another bedroll. How good is this
What have
bedroll?
we here?
84%. How does it compare to our bedroll? It's not as good, but literally only by 1 percentage point. Ah, completely useless. Take the firewood. Might as well, right? Finally. I almost missed it, but finally, we have found
I could use this.
a hatchet. And yes, Mackenzie, you could use it. You could use it very much. That makes this entire detour worth it. Hell, if we get mauled by this bear, the detour is still worth it. Actually, where did the bear go, though? I don't want to walk up on Buddy. Well, let's just say he disappeared and not think about it. And not think about it any longer. Okay, so what did we have? We had the maple sapling that was at the shortcut above the hydroelectric dam. And then we had a bunch of birch up in the hills by the watchtower, the fire watchtower in Coastal Highway. Okay. So we can do fletching. We can make a bow. We can do fletching. Great.
I wonder who owns this stuff.
Very, very good. Yeah, we'll check that shack. The shack to the right. And then go uphill. Jeez, I cannot believe that we had to walk all the way to Pleasant Valley just to find a damn hatchet. Absolutely ridiculous. But things are looking up. Okay. Unless, ooh, what are you? Are you... No, you're just a shrub. Not even a burdock. Alright, show me what you got. Got some feathers, I'll take those. Take all your feathers. I'll pluck you dry. Hey, you... Lots of food, actually. Take your feather. Anything inside? Nothing inside. Okay, no rifle. Now let's see if we can head up to the lake. I don't remember. What's the easiest way to get up there? I think there was a pass over in that direction, and that looks like a deer to me. That looks very much like a deer, so let's head up this way and around. Should be nice and easy. If this doesn't crack on us. Alright, good. Good. Yeah, is a deer. Do we go and check those crows? I think we're okay on fatigue, daylight, and carrying capacity. We can check on the crows here. I think I hear more in that direction. We'll see. We'll see. If it's a deer, I don't care. Actually, if it's a deer, I kind of want the gut. But it's not a deer. It's a man, baby. What you got on your phone?
This stuff will come in handy.
Literally nothing. Literally just junk mail on your phone. Okay. Here crows that way. And that's a cave. Let's check inside the cave. First... Oh. A lone maple sapling. We just need the one maple sapling, I believe. Because surely we'll not use more than one survival bow. Yeah, one cured maple sapling. Finally. My precious. Oh. I haven't heard that noise in so long. Chop, chop, chop. Okay, 24 days, 15 hours, 48 minutes, huh? There's 80% of the challenge time left. And I'm already getting a little bit worried about finding this rifle. I did not need to pick up those running shoes. I did not need to pick up those running shoes. So we can drop them. And the work gloves too. Anything else in back here? Just some firewood, huh? Well, cedar firewood's light enough. Might as well bring it with. And now we're heading back to the hydroelectric dam. Which I think is, broadly speaking, uphill. Oh, let's not forget to take a stop by that pond. Because you never know what you can find inside a fishing cabin. You might even find fish. I know. It seems hard to believe. It seems difficult to stomach. But you'll just have to take my word on this one. This is the pond, right? This looks like a pond. Yeah, this is pond shaped. About. Okay, pensive pond. And that looks like another sapling. If it's maple, we don't care about it. If it's birch, we might care a little bit about it. But not too much. Only a little bit. Alright, show me what you got. Another hatchet. It doesn't rain, but pours.
Excellent.
More rifle ammunition, more but nothing to use it with. Okay, well, I guess we're heading to Trappers. And honestly,
Too much stuff to carry.
might as well take the hatchet. Might as well take the hatchet, because we are going to have to chop up a bunch of firewood. And that's not something you can do without it. So it's better to have over hatchet than under hatchet. Better over than under. Alright, what you got? Anything good? More peanut butter. Another bedroll. It's better than my bedroll, but surely. You know what? Why not? Why not swap it out? You've got an 84%, an 85%, and an 86% condition bedroll. Running the whole gamut. Next up, 87%. Okay, now, actually, there's a non-zero chance that there's a wolf over this bridge. I don't hear it, and I don't see it, but that's where he got us before. There's also another cave to the left here. We can check the cave real quick, just quick detour, and then our transition cave is farther in that direction. So let's take a quick check of that cave over there. Because who knows? Maybe someone dropped a rifle in it. A girl can dream. Okay. I think we're bear free. I hope. I don't even know if the bear can get up here. But if it can, then we're not going to have a good time. Alright, show me what you got. I can barely see in here. And the things that I can barely see are not really much of anything. Okay, this was a bust. Man. Well, we eat, we drink, we be merry. We are fresh out of venison. That's okay. No one's ever gotten sick from 16% man food, have they? Rusty man food? Rust just means a little bit more iron, right? Yeah, perfectly fine. Let's also drink. It's the middle part of eat, drink, and be merry. Oh, man. You know, I feel like I really am starting to get good at the... Blah, blah, blah. I'm not starting to get good at talking. I am starting to get good at this game. Because I think my time estimate was kind of spot on. Why are there so many crows over here? What kind of massacre happened while we were gone? Yeah, these guys are... Oh, yeah, wasn't there a person on the outside of this cave that I forgot to loot? Whoops. My error. And I don't really need the rose hips, do I? Probably not. Okay, so it's getting dark again, but we're not tired enough to need to sleep. Which means I'm gonna feel bad if I don't find some activity or other to spend the time doing. But what could we do? Our clothes are repaired. We have harvested everything that needs harvesting. Let's take a couple of these flares. The good torch, because we don't have any torches left after we used up the other one. Yeah, this is a lot of food. We don't need the rabbit carcass at all. Storm lantern will take for the cave. I suppose the food we can take, it can't be that heavy, right? I mean, the beans and the dog food would be the worst part of it. And there weren't that many of them.
I need to drop something.
Alright, you need to drop something, but later. You can drop things when you're dead. This lantern's going to be mostly empty by the time we get to the exit, I believe. Mostly empty. But hopefully we won't have to come back up this way. Time will tell, but hopefully. I wonder if you could sneak down this plank. This is probably a bad idea. Oh. Oh, big brain. Big brain, we just saved like 20 seconds of walking. Alright, I remember this being the entrance we came through. I guess, well, I'm gonna regret not checking this dead end. So let's just take a quick peek. Who knows, maybe there's a rifle at the end of it. Narrator. There was not a rifle at the end of it. There was a whole ass deer. And some firewood. We don't need any of this. So let's continue on. You know, I probably don't need the lantern on in this room, but oh well. Okay, this should be fine. Just do a little bit of walking in the dark. Never scared anyone, right? And now we actually don't need the maple sapling in this next transition area. Which is kind of nice, because that simplifies things slightly. I think I'm still going the right way. I think so. Probably. Probably. Okay. No, this is the wrong way. This is the way that there's a dead end. So let's go back and find the right direction. I guess we probably took the wrong exit from this room. Yeah, okay, yeah, I remember this now. I even see the exit. Alright, somehow I just didn't look left. Honestly, are you surprised? We can drop the storm lantern again. Can we, though? No, we can't. We'll need it to get basically back to the entrance of the dam. But then we can drop it.
Too heavy.
Carter Hydro Dam and environs. This sky looks extremely green for not having an aurora in it. I suppose this is one aspect of the sunset as well. Damn, that's green. This is like toxic gas green. This is... grass is on the other side greener green. Ooh, there's also the wolf, and we don't really have a way to deal with it. Flare, maybe? I can't think of anything else. We could hope that it's on the lowlands. If the wolf is on the lowlands... Yeah, I have an idea. There's a, there are two ways to get up to the dam. One of them goes by the wolf, which I think will be a little bit riskier. 2, 3, 4. Okay, we're good. Which will be a little bit riskier, but one of them...
It's getting dark out here.
Should give us a wider berth. As long as the wolf isn't up on the path on the ridge to the dam, we can get around it. But if it is, like it was before, I make no promises. Damn, this is green. Green and orange. I guess that's going more towards a yellow than an orange quite yet. Very watercolor-esque. Alright, come on. Come on, where's the... Eventually we're going to be heading left. The first cut to the left is the first shortcut that I'm looking for. If you see the second cut to the left, you have gone too far. And if you see the actual base of the dam, you've gone 3 far. Which is a completely unreasonable number of fars to have gone. Come on, Mackenzie, why do you gotta skip leg day? Walking so slow. Cacaw? Cacaw? Not my problem. It's not this, is it? What is this? Looks thinner than I remembered. But if it works, it works. So we go up and around, then we hop down, and then we're on the path right to the dam. Here. Don't need the venison though. We have plenty of food. We have a ton of food. Not a ton. We have 13.29 kilograms of food, which is an unreasonable amount. A completely unreasonable amount. Hiccup. If we can find the wolf on the ice, that means we're good. If we can't, well, we might be in trouble. Especially if he's in his old spot. So let's actually prepare. Just in case. I still don't see Buddy. So I'm getting a little bit nervous. We look before we leap. I don't hear any paw pads, so either he's down in the trees,
Feels like something is sapping my energy.
or he's even farther up. I'm hoping down in the trees. I'm really hoping down in the trees. On the plus side, this is where we saw him before. So if he's not here... well, I'm not going to question it. Let's just not think too hard about it. And hopefully bad things just don't happen. Thought I heard something. These kind of hills that worry me the most. Alright, I think we're okay. Surely he's not going to be on the damn edifice. There's nowhere for Buddy to hide up there. And once again, it seems we're going to have to go across the edge of the dam in the most precarious of weather. How could you dare call manufactured stairs steep enough to injure yourself on? Okay. This is not the time for joshing around. Be very sure that we don't accidentally off the cliff here, because it's dark and the contrast is bad. Let's remember there is a gap in up front here. I think I see it. I think it's not here. Yeah, it's not here, which means it's the next one. I think I do see it here. So we go over to the left, please. There we go. That was pretty close for comfort. Let's just kind of slip around here. Oh, Jesus. Whew. A little bit of vertigo right there. I lost track of exactly where the edge was. And one more bump should do it. There we go, I think. And one more bump. Jesus. Just have to believe sometimes. Oof. Yeah, not my favorite. Definitely not my favorite. Okay, but there's nothing... Oh... We have to go through the whole underbelly, though. Not great, but honestly, what else are we going to use the storm lantern for? Nothing. So let's just do it.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Besides, wasn't there another storm lantern somewhere? Okay, a whole bunch of nothing. And we still haven't found the memento key. Let's just get it moving. Yep, still we do not need those quality tools. Don't need cloth. Don't need cured leather. Nothing. Just need to move and find a frickin' rifle. Please, for the love of all that is holy and sweet baby Jesus, let there be a rifle at the trapper's cabin. Just a little bit contemplative, walking in what is effectively the guts of a now dead civilization. It is definitely lying on the very eerie side of things. Creepy side, the eerie side, whatever you want to call it. That's where this is. Yeah, weren't there 2 jerry cans at the entrance of the dam that I dropped? I think there were. Again, we're probably not going to need to light this again. But just in case, might as well make sure it's near fuel. Microwave, you got nothing. You got nothing for me, bud. Okay. And this should enter the dam proper. Sure you didn't have a rifle on you? No, just a soda. It's bad for your health. Terrible for your teeth, too.
Something's gotta go.
Okay. Save the gas until we get into the dark hallway. Yeah. In the episodes, in the campaign, when I came through this room, going from episode 1 to episode 2, the game taught us that you keep your equipment when you go from episode to episode. So I was carrying basically an entire team's worth of survival equipment and clothing. You know, food, rations, tools, materials. I had it all. And I was struggling, limping through this entire underground area, walking even slower than this, to the point where, because it wouldn't actually let you sleep during this part, I was seriously getting close to dying from exhaustion. And then, of course, at the end of it, it takes it all away from you. Like, damn. I did so much work to try to ferry that stuff across, only to have it stolen in the beginning of episode 3. I'm still mad about it. I'm not mad, you're mad. No, I'm mad too. We can both be mad. There's nothing stopping us. Okay, and that sounds like a blizzard outside, so let's turn this off. Nice and bright in here, very nice. And you know what? We can actually sleep until dawn, as long as we are hydrated and fed. Let's eat some of the low condition stuff. Energy bar, just be energy barring.
You could just lay down. Have a little sleep right here.
You could just lay down and have a little sleep. In fact, that might be what you do. We have so many sodas. 1, 2, 3, 4, at least like 3 kilograms worth of sodas. Tons of water. Speaking of which, Let's drink so we can actually recover our fatigue and not get completely dehydrated overnight. And let's sleep until late morning, effectively. That sounds like one heck of a wind outside. Okay, so no matter how you slice it, we will be coming back this way. So I think we actually drop a bunch of stuff. That way we can hoover up anything we find in the camp cabin, the Firewatch Overlook, and the trappers. We can have another dog food, right? I mean, a man food. Because it's dog's best friend food, so that's man food. Okay, first off, let's drop the sapling and get this thing started on the curing process. We can leave the bedroll here because we already have another bedroll. We don't need so many flares. Nobody needs so many flares. Gosh, so, you know what? You know what? Yeah, we're gonna have to make some decisions here. Because we're trying to travel light. Very light. Clothing's all fine. No flare, don't need any flare shells. Oops, don't want to drop both of those hatchets. But they are light enough we can keep them. The flare shells, I mean. Only need one recycled can. We have our... Actually, we don't need any because there's a cooking pot around here somewhere. In fact, is it here? It is here. And 33 kilos. Don't need so much cured leather. Don't need so much cloth. We can prepare some rose hips. What is with this ominous music? Oh, and we can do a beard too. It's a good day when you can do a beard. But just one beard. One beard at a time. Any more would be absurd. Alright, what's good for dropping? Firearm cleaning kit. Oops, not drop. Put into the locker drop. You know what? Most of this tea can go inside too. And a bunch of the food. Actually, most of the food. I get the feeling that we will be able to bootstrap our food situation. Just have a little bit with us. But yeah, that's more than 5 kilos of food. Jesus. We may be coming back and forth here a couple of times to ferry all this back to the garage. Yeah, 24, that's 10 kilos of carry weight. Some of it's food. Food, water, and firewood. Yeah, I think I'm okay with this. So let's head out. And pretty much not stop until we hit the camp cabin. Well, maybe we go to the overlook first. I think we go to the overlook first. It is on the way. And then coming back from Trappers, we can come around the other side. Although I don't imagine there's going to be anything to find. Do we have a wolf? Okay, no wolf nearby. Let's do a quick check through the trailers here. If there's anything obvious, we'll take it. If not, we'll leave it. I'm just thinking because there's also a hunting blind just, what would that be? Just south of us. I'm actually considering checking that for a rifle too. Take the tackle. I'll take the soda. Don't need the spray can. I'll leave the spray can. Okay, here's the play. We go south, check the hunting blind, and then we hook around to the... Assuming the weather is nice, we hook around to the overlook. We should be quick. It's not very much of a detour.
There's got to be something useful in here.
You know, and there kind of was, but also it wasn't the most useful. I've seen more useful. Like, for example, a rifle, question mark? Old-fashioned parka. Pretty good for drip, but the expedition parka beats it out, I believe. And we have 2 of those. You know, we're getting a non-trivial amount of fishing tackle, which is kind of good. Just saves us the trouble of making line and hook. Well, I guess we've already made hooks. And the wool long johns, that's an upgrade over our thermals, isn't it? It is if we repair it. We'll do that later. Alright. Now we'll head this way, hope we don't run into a wolf. Or vice versa. I am on the lookout for multiple things. Birch saplings we're on the lookout for. Maple saplings, the one that we have is probably okay, but I would like to have one more just in case I forget about it. Alright, any wolves? No wolves. But there is a body. Okay, that's a bunch of birch saps. We'll take... We probably only have the arrowheads for like 1 or 2 of them. But I think we'll take all of them. Because you never know what you might find in the future. I didn't need either of those things. I don't know why I picked them up. Habit, I suppose. Yeah, 5 birch saplings is enough for at least 10, probably 15 arrow shafts. I think it's 3 shafts per sapling. It might be 2, but I think it's 3. At any rate, considering that we currently only have access to 3 arrowheads, I heard a bark down this way. I'm hoping that's a wolf hunting rabbits. I think it must be. We'll take... Yeah, the hunting blind should be here. We'll take a quick peek there. If we can, we'll look inside. Or maybe that's a wolf hunting deer. It is a wolf hunting deer. Okay, I think we can sneak behind this guy. And it's a shame to lose all that meat. But we have no way to deal with this wolf. And Buddy's running right up to his doom. Oh no, he turned. He turned, he's fine. Broken arrow, okay. More rifle. So now we have 4 arrowheads access. Still, no rifles. Okay, let's get out of here. I'm not sure if this leads where I think it leads. might lead to a climbing zone that doesn't have a climbing rope. Or it might just be a cave. Does it have an exit? No. Alan's cave. It's so big that he got a name. So we'll go around this way. Who caused? Oh, yeah. The deer. Doe, a deer, a female deer. Ray, a drop of golden sun. Me, a name I call myself. Fa, a long, long way to run. Okay, and now we go around to the left instead of the right. We came from the right, I think. Yeah, we go around to the left and eventually cross this stream. And once we're there, we follow the train tracks until there's a gap that goes to the right. And that gap leads to the path up to the overlook. But first we need to figure out how to cross the stream, which is probably this way, because I think that's just a valley. Pretty sure that's just a valley. Yeah. The power lines follow the train tracks. So once we get to the power lines, that means we have gotten to the train tracks. It's just a lot of the time there's wolves on the tracks here. Kind of wolves all over the place on the tracks. There's a bunch of places they could be walking around. And you never know which one you'll find them at. I do hear an awoo extremely far in that direction. Which, of course, means nothing. Because there could be one right around this, one fluff right around this hill. But I think that is the gap we want to go in. It might be. No. No, we're too early. We're definitely too early. Okay, anything in here? There's never anything in these. Not even a good book. It's Mayor of Casterbridge. Victorian era slop. Paid by the word. And you can tell. Alright, so eventually there's going to be a big tall mountain to the right. And we want to get past that. And past that there's going to be a gap to the right. And we kind of do go to the right and then around and then do a switchback and then a curl around. It's an interesting shape. As far as shapes are concerned. Yeah, there's the watchtower. I suppose we can check the inside of the train derailment. There might be wolves there. There's usually wolves there. But we don't have much of an option. Around is not really a thing. We don't need the venison. We are pretty good on food, even though we dropped a whole bunch. And I think we should be able to find even more once we get the camp cabin. And that should easily happen today. We might even get all the way to Trappers today. Depends on how long it takes us to loot the cabin. Okay, we might be clear on wolves for now. At least for the next bit. And that's a flare. We got a dude, we got more ammunition.
Hope nobody needs this.
What is this, 60 rounds of revolver ammunition? And nary a single revolver in sight? Absolutely mental. Crow feather wise, what's our situation? What is it? Something like 5 crow feathers per arrow or 3? S is for simple arrow. Okay. 3 crow feathers. Yeah, and we already have 18. So we're good crow feather number wise. We can make 6 arrows. And I can't imagine going through wearing out, breaking, or losing 6 arrows in 23 days. And that's not even counting that we haven't even made the bow or arrows yet. Alright, is this a dude over here? Or is this just some sticks? I think it's just sticks. Okay, right. This is the gap we want to go in. I am, though, getting a little bit worried about where all the wolves are. Because I would have expected to run into a lot more than I've seen so far. And under the assumption there's a fixed approximately number of wolves in each region. Okay, deer mean we're safe. Every time I go over one of these hills, I'm worried there's going to be wolves waiting for us. Because the different it's like Minesweeper. The more tiles you uncover, the bigger the chance is the next thing you uncover has a wolf. That looks like a wolf over there in the fog. But that's so far away it's not our problem. This is the path that starts leading to the switchbacks up to the watchtower. It's kind of a ways, but I mean, the watchtower has to have a rifle, right? Honestly, it must. Positive thoughts. Think positive thoughts, Yuchi. Think positive thoughts. Alright, we're walking over here. Christopher style. It has been... I don't know if I've ever been so long in this game without finding some kind of a weapon. Even just a flare gun. Well, I suppose the Hopeless No, you know what? It's been more than a week since this challenge started. In the Hopeless Rescue mission challenge, it only took us 5 days to get to the flare. It's been more than that, and we haven't found anything. But who knows, maybe that could change. Just like it did when we found our first hatchet. And then we found our second hatchet. We'll find our first rifle, and then we'll find our second rifle. Wasn't there like a stash somewhere on these rocks? I'll check that next. Oh, and also, sometimes there are things on the landings here. Just make sure we don't... Let's just make sure we don't miss anything nice. Nothing here. Okay, head around. Look for some kind of a something or other. Box, maybe? Don't really see anything. And nothing on the ground. So, yet another firearm cleaning kit.
This stuff will come in handy.
And rifle ammunition. And count it, 3 flare shells. And a hunting knife. But no rifle. And no flare gun. And another hatchet. Man. I'm about to lose it. I am actually about to lose it.
That'll come in.
This is a pretty good hunting knife. Let's drop everything that is not as good as what we have. Which really just means hunting knife. And also the spray can. Alright. Got the food. Let's take the firewood. Because we're not coming back here. No siree, Bob. Alright. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. This useless place. We don't even have the postcard. Not the postcard, the Polaroid to use the Vista. And I don't care. I don't care enough to try to find whatever stash is somewhere over here. It probably needs a memento key as well. Waste of time. Waste of time. We beeline it straight for the camp cabin. We hit the camp cabin, and then we go south to Trapper's before the day ends. If there's nothing at Trapper's, we go back to the camp cabin, and we check every single fishing pond or fishing cabin on the lake. Every last fishing cabin. Without fail. Maybe we'll find something nice. Okay, we still have deer down there, so we still should be okay. 10-second timer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, Jesus, that was closer than comfortable. Luckily, though, the camp cabin shouldn't be too far off. Oh, I wonder whose footprints these could be. Some chump, some rube, who thought that there would be something useful up at that overlook. The camp cabin's actually closer to this pass here that we're walking through than I thought. Because it's right over there. The landmark that I look for is where the power line branches off. You know what? Maybe we head up there too. In these mountains, there's a cave and there's like some bodies. Yeah, we'll check that before the cabin. I know there's a memento cache up here, but I either found it accidentally or it's pretty well hidden or something. But while we are not over encumbered and while we have the daylight, let's do it. A couple of ways to get over here. I think there's one, we can go by that rock. But I think there's a higher than usual chance of getting a broken leg doing that. So instead, let's go this way. I think it should be a little bit nicer. Yeah, we still need to go and skirt along these edges here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I wasn't sure if there was a spot here to stand on. Yeah, here's our cave. Now, I kind of want to check just up on this little lip here. I don't think I've been here before. Although I suppose there's a reason for that. Because there's nothing up there. Alright. We will pick up the maple sap. Because remember, maybe we'll forget, but just one of them. We don't need two. Alright. Cave number 1. Lighter than the typical cave. Oh, hello.
This will be useful.
A fully made survival bow. Well, I guess now we have an excuse. No, we need to cure these saplings. Flare shell, I'll take it. Okay, that's actually a very good get. A very good get. Because I think maple saplings take a long time to cure. So we'll plop down these birch saplings that we took the second we get into the camp cabin, and we'll pick them up on the way back. If we need to. Let's just take a quick little If I was a cache, I'd be like maybe here somewhere. No, nothing. Okay, let's take a peek down this climbing rope. I don't remember there being anything good down here. But if I see a rifle, I'm going down. Can't see much of anything, actually. Yeah, no, let's not edge too much closer to that cliff. No. No, maybe there's like some stuff down there, but it just looks like some sticks and some firewood. Alright, now we go to the cabin. It's unfortunate that we don't need to light a fire. Because it's sunny right now. And you don't always get this kind of nice weather. Okay, and now if we go down this way, we'll be going across the rock that I mentioned before. Let's see if I remember how to do that without breaking a leg. It's kind of a shame that we never found any unbroken arrows. Because then we'd have at least something. At least something to defend ourselves with. Okay, now this next part is the only part that's a little bit sketchy. Just because it's hard to stand over here. Okay. Less sketchy than I remember. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we're good. Alright, camp cabin, show me what you got. Actually, first, metal container behind the camp cabin, show me what you got. And then we can go inside. Nothing. We'll take some rose hips, though. All right, grab that save. Very nice. Let's take the line. Yeah, let's just get... I was going to say, let's get everything useful. That newsprint is not in that subset. Don't need more painkillers. Don't need the reclaimed wood. Don't need the lantern fuel. All right, we got anything here? Don't need the painkillers still. Nothing on here. Anything in the shelf? Nothing. I'm sure there's nothing worth mentioning in these cabinets, but there's only a handful of things to open in here, so you might as well open them. Literally nothing. Energy bar. We'll take that. Coffee, we'll take that. And condensed milk. Always love the condensed milk. Nothing else back here, huh? Nothing on top, nothing beside. Ketchup chips in a crate. Who dares? Again, no way we're going to need a whetstone. Don't need another bedroll.
I'll be hungry later.
And it's only 39%. Don't need it. Storm lantern, don't need it. New Cowichan sweater. That could be an upgrade. Certainly not over our festive sweater. Really? You're going to disrespect us like that? But certainly over the thick wool sweater. Yeah, the festive sweater is really good at wind. This one isn't as good at wind. So we'll put it inside. And the festive sweater can remain outside. Ooh, hiccup. Again, I didn't mean to pick up those painkillers. I just was loot goblining. And I didn't read what it was before. What? Why are there so many painkillers inside this building? What kind of campers do these camp counselors have to deal with? Or are they for the counselors? Okay, we don't need all those. We'll drop the lower condition ones, and probably also don't need all these antibiotics. Okay, I think we're done here. Let's hit up these sodas. These pops, these colas. We'll finish the man food. And what else do we want to eat? Probably some pork and beans and some of this tomato soup. Because these canned things are heavy. Probably because they contain as well a recyclable can. Which we do not need because we are flush, absolutely flush on cooking pots. Drop, drop, drop. All right, let's go. Let's hope we don't run into any wolves along the way. Actually, let's also grab a save. And saved. Okay, down the tracks and to the right. To the trapper's cabin. This is very familiar. The other day I was running from a bear along this exact trajectory. But there's no bear this time, so it should be just a walk in the park. At least, I hope there's no bear. I also don't see any wolves. Sometimes there's wolves on the right here, and sometimes there's wolves in a pass that's more in that direction. Let's check this clearing to the right. Because if there's nothing down here, I think we head this way. Because, for example, there's one or two burned down cabins along this way, and who knows? Maybe it was burned down because someone left a rifle there. Like I said, I can dream. Let me dream. Let me have this. I thought I saw something brown, but I'm pretty sure it was just fallen tree trunk. Well, it's getting windy. We're probably not going to get to trappers until it starts becoming dusk. So again, I think my estimated timing, even though we're not there yet, is going to be impeccable. I hear crows. It's probably just for venison. Now, the only thing that could get me to detour is one, a wolf in the way, and two, the possibility that that venison has an arrow stuck in it.
I think I can use this.
I actually don't need either of those things, Mackenzie. We'll take the wood. So let's see if we don't get lucky with some arrows here. Please. Please let me get lucky with some arrows. Nope, that's a man, baby. A man with a hunting knife. We don't need the hunting knife. We don't need the tinder plug. And that's a deer. Okay, next order of business. There's like, what is it, Max's last stand somewhere in this direction? We'll check him, see if he has any arrows or anything nice. And then that's just a hop, skip, and a jump from the trapper's cabin. We should be able to get there in what will feel like no time at all. 23 days. 23 days. And no wolves. I am shocked that there are no wolves in this field here, this valley area. It's usually filthy with them. Absolutely filthy. Well, there's one. So it's a good thing we didn't take that exit. Also, there's a wolf pack there. I don't know why it wasn't hunting the deer. But that means that Max's last stand is actually probably over this hill right here. So let's cut across and hope there's not a pack of wolves there. When I was heading this way trying to run from the bear, there was a pack of wolves there. And those should be where Max is. I don't see any wolves, do you? No. Well, there's wolves and a bear there. I guess that's why there are no wolves around. Because there's a frickin' bear. Surely the bear is there because it's guarding a rifle at the trapper's cabin. That must be the only reason the bear is here. Alright, what you got on your phone? Nothing. You don't even have a phone. And one crow feather. These crows are too good at preening themselves. That's a lot of deer. That's actually a lot of deer in this field. Okay, so I'm not seeing anything other than firewood over here. Let's check that little inside room too, but it's not looking particular. Another hatchet. I mean, I'm not mad at it. I'm a little bit mad at it. I'm kind of mad at it. Nothing inside. All right. So let's go into Trappers. Let's see what it takes to fix that Cowichan sweater. And then decide what we want to do. More importantly, let's see if there's a rifle. Last time I was coming up this path, I was getting chased by a bear. But we made it. Alright, let's cross those fingers. And I feel... Okay, so there's a revolver. It's not what I was hoping for. A cooking pot. 4783. The crazy guy. Well...
Excellent.
I'll take the revolver. We certainly have found enough ammo for it. 57 rounds, and I'm pretty sure I dropped a bunch somewhere. It's better than nothing.
I'm gonna have to go super behind.
Better than nothing, but it's no rifle. Trail boots don't need it. Water will take it. Alright, here we go. Check the safe. Okay, that was... I wasn't paying attention. That was like 10, wasn't it? 10. Okay, 10. And then... 45-ish. 10. 44. It's probably going to be super quick again. Waiting for that click. Come on, of course this is the long one. So it's 10:45. It can't be much longer. It really can't. It was literally the farthest it could possibly be. Come on now. You better be worth it. Flare shell. Book. Garbage. Simple tools, don't need them. Matches, shell casing. We can maybe make a lure with that later. Okay, let's actually...
Could end up being useful.
Storm lantern is mostly empty. Do we... I'm pretty sure we didn't drop all the lantern fuel. We might have to go into Milton. in which case the storm lantern would be useful. There's a cave in between. Let's just make sure we haven't missed anything on the ground here, like this granola bar. Sewing kit. More rifle ammunition. Absolutely outrageous. Revolver cartridge. Matches. Dusting sulfur we will never use. Bandage, don't need it. Another revolver cartridge. I mean, I guess it makes sense the revolver is here. Come on, give me a rifle, man. And we'll pick up the firewood. Okay. So for now, it has been a long time since we started the stream. Let's pop a squat, take a quick few minutes for a walk break, take a stretch, go hydrate, do some pull-ups, do some push-ups, get that blood flowing, get those joints moving, and I'll see you in a few. We can see how much my model spazzes out when I stand up. We're back and the darkness has descended. Where's the bed? We can't quite sleep until dawn, can we? No. What can we do until then? Harvest, yes. Craft, no. It's probably too dark inside to do anything, to do much anyway. Repair, no. Because that's practically new. Okay, we have 5 cloth. We don't need any extra clothing. We can drop all of this. Yep. Tons of food. Tons of food. Okay, so. See how light it is.
Too heavy.
Now, that's a bear. What do we do here? We need to find a rifle. My current idea, there's 3 ideas. 1, we head to the estate on the Broken Railroad. It's all the way to the west. Past the Forlorn Muskeg. 2, we head to Milton, see if there's anything in the town. And then 3, if there's nothing in Milton, we can head north to the Hushed River Valley. Last time I did a survival mode, I spawned for the first time in the Hushed River Valley, and I did find a rifle there, up on one of the cliff edges, I think. But I don't remember exactly where. I have a vague notion, but I don't think I'd be able to pinpoint it. We do have enough clothing that I think we would be just fine going up there. And I think we might have to. Yeah. Yeah, I think the first order of business is we try to go up for Hushed River Valley. Well, Milton first, and then you know what I mean. And the first order of business for that is sleeping.
The pack is getting kind of heavy.
And the first order of business for that, as you know, is drinking a whole bunch of soda. That is not soda. This is soda. Okay. Now I can sleep for 9 and hope we're close to dawn. Now we are going to have to keep the, unfortunately, we are going to have to keep the storm lantern with us because there are a couple of caves. Even more soda. Soda's the first thing you drink when you wake up, right? That sounds like a healthy thing to do. That sounds like a very healthy thing to do. We're going to have to be careful of our weight here. Where's the exit? Because the first thing we're going to see when we hit Milton is a couple of climbing ropes. So what exactly can we drop here? Well, I suppose first off, we can spend some time. Always unload your gun before you clean it. We can spend some time cleaning the gun. I can't imagine what situation could possibly happen that would lead us to need to use this gun until it breaks, or even gets low condition. But we might as well, right?
Any of this gear.
And also we might as well make sure the bear isn't sneaking up on us while we do it. No, I don't see any brown smudges. You know what? I just remembered. I think there's also a couple of birch saplings on the hill behind the hut here. But we don't need them. Oh, but what we can do is drop the saplings here so they can start curing. Oh, I meant to drop the saplings in the... Damn. Damn. I meant to drop the saplings in the camp cabin. And it's a good thing we finished with the gun because the bear is getting closer. Okay, we still need to drop things. For example, surely we won't need any firearms cleaning kits. Don't need this many sewing kits. Probably only need one, if that. Drop all these saps and the green maple here.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Sticks are fine. Scrap metal is... I don't think we need the scrap metal for anything. Ammo's enough. Food is a lot. Clothes are... I see. Okay, we've got an unnecessarily large chunk of firewood on us. And even more water than we need. So you know what? We'll drop all this firewood. Oh, I didn't realize we had 5 cedars. Yes, and then we'll also drop a good chunk of this water. We have sodas for now. Sodas, coffee, condensed milks. We'll be fine. And we'll be coming back here for the birch anyway. All we need to do is get past the climbing zones. Probably didn't need to eat the granola bar, but it's not the end of the world. Okay, where's the bear? The bear is gone. So let's take a quick check for these saplings that I think are
looks like
somewhere here.
Dawning.
You know, we really don't need them. So if they're not here, then let's continue to the cave. No. No, I want to check just over this hill. There's a hunter's blind. I think I'd really regret not checking this hunter's blind. Well, as long as I don't get jumped by a bear, I'll regret it. If I do get jumped by a bear, I don't think I would have regretted it. Should be quick. Should be very quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Getting a little bit worried there. Even though we have the crampons. Okay, so there's one more valley than I remembered. No wolves. Yeah, don't go over here very often, because really it's only good for firewood. And why would you go somewhere that's only good for firewood when there are other places more convenient to other locations? You wouldn't is why. What's that? Is that a rock or... Yeah, that's a rock. So nothing to be concerned about. And also nothing to be concerned about going to and searching. Oh man, I can't believe it. It's early morning and our clothes are already good enough that we're warming up. It's very good. Is that a rabbit noise? I hope it was a rabbit noise. Alright. Come on. You gotta have something over here. This is what, the 4th hunter's blind? So many of them. So many of them and nothing worth it. Single lone rifle cartridge. That was not worth the trouble. Okay, we're heading back. Let's see here. I'm debating, do we even need the revolver? I'm not yet convinced. I think it's better to have it. Yeah, this is the very quiet part of the morning. Great time to read a newspaper. Thought I heard hooves. The clip-clop. But it was nothing. Okay, so if we're only passing through Milton, what would be the most likely places for there to be a rifle? I'm thinking there's a couple of buildings that are more on the official side. Like there's a grocery, I think. There might not be a grocery, but there is a post office. And then there's Grey Mother's house up on the hill. I think that is the most likely spot to look first. There's also a gas station that's pretty close to where we'll be climbing up. Okay. Yes. We'll hit the gas station first. That's a bear. And it's over to the left and not too far away. So let's go around that, shall we? It might even be on the other side of that rock. Okay, I think we're fine. Yeah, we do have the storm lantern. Oh, the bear's leaving. That's also fine. Okay, so we're gonna go up. There's a there's like a walkable, I don't know, it's not like a ranger cabin or information kiosk, something like that. That is by the. It's by the shoot. What's the word I'm looking for? Oh, yeah, by the park. And that's pretty close to the garage or gas station, whatever it is. So we can drop by the gas station and then come in on the road. Is the current plan anyway. This looks promising. I don't remember how large this cave is. But there are a bunch of climbing ropes, at least 2. So we need to remain under carry weight. So let's not pick up everything we find if it's not very useful. Got any good games on your phone? Huh. This is one of the caves that's actually bright enough to navigate in. You guys might even see something too if you put your brightness up. I don't know, for some reason the encoding is always a little bit darker than what I'm seeing on my screen here. So while this may look pitch black to you, it's a little bit bright for me. Just a little bit. Alright, here's the exit. That wasn't too hard, was it? One of the more chill caves you can go through. And we're out of here. Okay, if I remember, there's a little bit of a ravine, there's a little bit of cliff traversal, then there should be a couple of climbing ropes. The first one is down, and as long as we get onto the second one, we should be able to make it all the way up. I cannot believe how hard it is to find a frickin' rifle in this damn game. Absolutely ridiculous. A rolling stone gathers no moss. A running river gathers no ice. Not strictly true, but perhaps hyper-real. Yeah, there should be a ton of deer down here. Okay. Let's not miss a cheeky little rifle that someone left behind on these cliffs. You never know. Alright, now before we go down, let's just visually confirm that indeed the rope on the other side has been deployed. Because it would be a bad time to go all the way down there for effectively nothing. I think we can see the rock from here. 23-year-old woman generally look at you when you tell them potty training toy is fire. Yeah, it's in the mythos of Toy Story, it is a little bit concerning. Okay, now that's the rock over there. I definitely can't see the rope from here. So usually at distance, what I go for is I look for some slight discoloration about horizontally midway through the big part of the rock, and I think I see it, so I think the rope is there. Is that a cave? I didn't know there was a cave down there. Let's find out. Not the longest climbing rope, but also not the shortest. Thank goodness we have crampons. Crampons, my love. I think that's a birch bark. Let's get it. We already have one. Now we can make a prepared birch bark for a tea. It's not birch bark, it's fir firewood, which we do not need at all. Yeah, Gengar, we haven't found a single rifle yet. I'm starting to lose hope. Although I did find multiple hatchets. Painkillers don't need it. Bedroll don't need it.
That'll come in handy.
Matches don't need it, but I'll take it. Firewood. The firewood is fine. It can stay there. Another hatchet. And nothing else in the cave. Okay, not the best, but if we have to sleep here for a night, it's good to know that we can. This middle area is always very peaceful in my opinion, because there's nothing but deer here. It's like the deer bunker. Man, walking into the wind There's nothing worse. Nothing worse. Okay, so up the rope should be no problem. Yeah, we are definitely far enough from the encumbrance limit. Now, by the time we get to the top of the rope is going to be a different story. But we can take a nap in the gas station if we need to. Well, that's probably going to be the best thing to do. Actually, how many energy drinks are we holding? Just the one, huh? Now, I do hear wolves up there. Yeah, not the longest climbing rope, but it will still do a doozy on you. Alright, let me up. Let me up. Wow, stretch. Okay, now we're getting slow. Come on, you can do it. Just struggle and pull your body over. Okay. Yeah, I don't like ending up with this little fatigue, but there is a house right here. So many hunting knives recently. Let's just take a quick check on these tables. Because you never know, there might be a Summit soda. Okay, but otherwise, nothing. And this is the kiosk I was talking about. I hear an awoo in that direction. Far-ish. Probably near the gas station, if I was to guess. Okay, let's see what you got. Not a whole bunch of much. Which is somewhat unfortunate.
Never would have thought to look here.
For an orange soda? Me neither. I didn't even know they had orange sodas in Canada. You know, one of these days I'm going to read these skill books I keep picking up. Another firearm cleaning kit. I'm not even picking that up. Ski gloves, those could be nice to repair. They're probably better than our mittens.
I might have to drop some gear.
And another orange soda. Okay. Let's see if we can sneak down to the gas station. There may be wolves in the way, but we can start blasting. Okay, I don't see any wolves. That doesn't mean they're not hiding, but I don't see any obviously. I thought that was a wolf, but it was just a piece of rock. That's a wolf. So that's the guy I heard. Before he gets down to the left, let's get inside. Oh, he's not even coming down this way. Easy. How do we get across this, though? We can't simply step over. Okay. I think we're good. Unless it's locked. But we can force it. Companies, after competing with their rivals, when both are owned by an even larger company, And part of the reason for the rivalry is to prevent everyone from realizing their monopoly. Also, to secure funds and resources for themselves. Even companies that are one company that have internal departments, they very often compete for company resources and funding. So it's just a similar story with slightly more public deniability. Yeah, I don't need either of those things. I need a rifle, damn it. Where's the rifle? Throw away a rifle. Oh, I'll take...
Find a place to rest.
I will take the trash dog food, though. Okay, now what time of day is it? I think it's about noon, isn't it? Single lone revolver cartridge in a desk. That's not ominous at all. What could someone use a single revolver cartridge to do? Okay, let's think here. There's probably just going to be a bunch of junk in the rest of this place. I don't really even know why I'm bothering picking all this up. Storm lantern, don't need that actually. Because we already have one, unless...
This'll come in handy.
It's pretty full and it's pretty good. This is a better storm lantern. Have I played Cyberpunk? I've not played Cyberpunk. I feel like I don't have the... Cyberpunk takes like mad GPU power to play reasonably, doesn't it? Or did they fix and optimize things? I don't know, but the last I heard it was rough. I don't mean rough as in woof. I mean rough as in coarse and gritty.
Hope I can still eat this.
Oh my goodness, a lot of food here. Give me some cash. A single revolver cartridge in the register. What could this possibly mean? What did I stumble on? Coffee. Some paddles. I have heard good things about the gameplay, mediocre things about the story.
Thank goodness.
Energy drink. We can use that. Although I'm presuming, based on the question, you may have played it.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Mackenzie, you're not leaving anything behind. You're a Marine, soldier. Leave no swag behind. Aw, man, Buddy doesn't even have a trunk rifle? Flare and matches. Two things I don't really need. Okay, so... I guess let's go to Greymothers. Oh my god, this is so slow walking into the wind. This is actually painful. I'm not even... I guess I am pretty over-encumbered. Fine, be that way, game. Be that way. I probably should have taken a quick nap in the gas station. I guess we can do that in the first house we hit. Because at this point, we're really just beelining it to that house on the hill up there. I can't imagine anywhere else there would be a rifle in town. It's also a good place to put a bunch of this junk that we're carrying, so we can travel light when we're heading north. Okay. Maybe we can get inside this house on the right here. But also maybe not. Okay, looking down the road, I'm not seeing any wolves. Sometimes there are wolves in town that I remember seeing. Sometimes, but not always. Okay, this feels like it's going to be boarded up. It is boarded up. Why are all these houses boarded up? Let me in. Let me in. Trunk? Got any goodies?
Thank goodness.
I didn't need either of those things, but I will take a closer look at those ski boots when we get inside. I don't think they're going to be as good as the mucklucks that we have, because they looked like they were very heavy. And probably not worth the 4 kilograms.
Feels like a lot of gear.
That's because it is a lot of gear, Mackenzie. Alright, inside. Let's take a cursory look at the stuff that's on the ground. Okay, a little bit of food. A little bit of clothing and footwear. Some soda. Anything up here, though? Not even a bed, huh? Dads do on their only what? Their only what? I guess woodworking would be one of them. Woodworking is a very dad-coded thing. Okay. Let's pop down the bedroll. And sleep for like 3 hours. It didn't let you finish your sentence because the sentence finished with fans. Alright. Oh my goodness, look at all these chips. Glorious, glorious bags of ketchup potato chips. Have you ever seen something so grossly incandescent? Alright, chug 3 sodas and eat 2 entire bags of potato chips. Sorry, did I say 2 bags? I meant 3 bags of potato chips.
All this gear is
4
slowing me
sodas.
down.
Absolutely ridiculous. Okay, we can certainly drop some things though. For example, these ski boots are probably only good for 2.5 degrees Celsius warmth. Probably 3 degrees Celsius. No, let me think. Probably 3.5 or 4 degrees Celsius wind chill. But they're super heavy. And compared to these guys, which are good for 2.5, 2. Yeah, these guys are not worth the wait. Sorry, bud. Oh, we also picked up the ski gloves. Compared to our mittens. Mittens are good for 1.5. These are probably good for 1 and 1. Yeah. Once we fix these up, we'll swap. But otherwise, I don't think there's anything worth getting here. Okay, take a peek inside. We can just, I guess, zigzag a little bit. A little zig never zagged anyone. At least while it's daylight outside.
Something's gotta go.
Something's gotta go. This lack of having rifles is what's gotta go. Was that a woodworking tool set that I just saw? I might have just seen a woodworking tool set. Which would be the only third one I've ever seen. It's not a woodworking tool set, it's a radio. Alright, we're out of here. Next up is the post office, I think. It's either the post office or the bank, I don't remember which. But one of the two.
stuff will come in handy.
Painkillers and a toque, don't need either. Don't need a hat, and don't need whatever they got in their glove compartment. Actually, this little cute guy looks enterable. I think this is one of those unfinished mess of an interior houses. Based on the shape. Yep. Yes, sirree, indeed. And not even fishing line to be had, huh? Garbage. Absolute garbage. Okay, post office. Okay, post office and credit union. And then we will go...
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
...to Grey Mother's. Uh-huh. Anything good in your safety deposit boxes? I guess these ones aren't openable. Got anything good on your phone? Nothing. Okay, nothing. Backpack. Backpacks have assorted things.
Is it food or...
Oh, right. The credit union is the one that has the safety deposit boxes. Why am I not using my brain? There's no reason for it. Okay, that's a deer, so we should be safe. And that is a moose. I didn't know there was a moose here. Well, it's out of the way. Not our problem. Not my concern. Okay. Surely Canadians keep their rifles in their credit unions. Right?
Where's the good stuff?
Yeah, where is the good stuff? Not here. Kind of here. I'm also acquiring more and more sewing kits. I probably don't need all of them. In fact, I'm almost certain I don't need all of them.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Ooh. Does anyone else see the herbal tea up on top of this cabinet? Take that. Alright. Show me the rifle that you keep inside your vault, Mr. Canadian. Oh my god. Another damn pry bar. This is number 11. Lockbox unlocked.
I could use this.
Line and a cloth. That's somewhat concerning. It's also somewhat concerning that all of these are unlocked. Although I suppose it makes sense that they're empty. Really? Not a single rifle in one of these tiny safety deposit boxes? Well, that just seems rude. We can cross our fingers and hope we find something in the safe here. But geez, the pickings are lean. The pickings are lean. Alright, let's do this. I wasn't paying attention, but it looked like a 12 or a 13. It was a 15. So we got a 15. And a 15 and an 18. It's like the farthest possible. And of course the next one's going to be close. There's no way they wouldn't troll us like that. A 15, an 18, and a 42. Show me the goods. Alright, more rifle ammunition. And cash. Maple syrup. Not what I was looking for, but I suppose it's alright. Okay, so that was a bust. Let's check Grey Mother's.
Too heavy.
And also probably sleep there. because it's getting close to dusk and we are very tired. We can maybe repair those ski gloves. Okay, first let's check the exterior. Heard the moose. You know what? We're probably safe from the moose here. Ah, another hatchet. But we don't need it. So honestly, I've got half a mind to just see if I can find the moose and start blasting. Yep. I doubt the revolver is accurate for that distance, though. But if there's a rifle inside, that would be... Okay, so if I was a rifle, where would I be? Would I be on the mantle? No. Would I be behind the fireplace? Also no. Would I be in a cabinet? No. Would I be in a kitchen?
Wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
It doesn't look like I would be in a kitchen either. Would I be in a trash can? No. Okay, it's looking kind of rough. It's actually looking very rough. Like, to the point where I'm thinking, where the actual hell am I going to find a rifle? Maybe upstairs. But first, let's drop a whole bunch of stuff here. Actually, first let's repair these ragged wool long johns. If you have the cloth, you might as well. It's going to take a few to repair these gloves. Hopefully we don't keep failing. Yeah, at least one more. That should bring us to 80 some odd. Come on now. Alright, that's good. So, now, actually, we have one cloth. Which means it's probably worth our time to start harvesting again. Yes. Yeah, if we start finding more clothes, we'll harvest the first few. But what can we do? We can drop a bunch of soda, a bunch of cans, a bunch more soda. So much weight. More cans. Even more cans. Kind of loath to drop dry food. I feel like we also have to. Do we have any equipment to drop? Not really. I kind of wish I didn't bring both pots, though. Oh. Oh, wow, it got dark. Luckily, we have a storm lantern. We'll head upstairs, we'll nap. We can sleep until dawn. Then we'll figure out what the hell we're gonna do. Jesus. Oh, I forgot we were gonna pick those things up. Revolver cartridge and another revolver cartridge. Those are useful. But, you know, not as useful as a rifle. Turn this guy off. Drink. Water, that is. Actually, drink this sleepy time herbal tea. And then a soda. The perfect match. Some sardines. Yeah, and then let's nap. For maybe 10 hours for starters. Okay, we need to first off figure out what this... I guess it already went away. First, we need to sleep for 2 more hours. Because that improved rest was... I feel like it could have been better. It could have been even more improved than that. Next order of business, drink. Yeah, we're going to need to drop even more stuff, huh? But we are fast again. Just have to remember there's a ton of food here. Like a lot. Yeah, what to drop though? Drop all you. All of you, all of you. The water we can keep, because all this stuff is going to make us thirsty. What are we carrying that is so damn heavy? Actually, though, we don't even have all that much firewood. Well, I guess 5 kilograms. I suppose we don't need all these matches. Okay, good. What else have we got that's heavy? Yeah, it's really these tools, huh? But damn, if there isn't much that there's like nothing I would want to drop from here. Oof. Well, I guess we can get a little bit brutal with it. Yeah, 50 rifle shots. You know what? Drop the low quality one. Keep the high quality one. What am I thinking? We probably don't need so many flares. Don't need an empty lantern fuel can. Now, are we ever realistically going to be field dressing enough stuff that it's going to be worth lugging this around and reading it? Maybe on the way back. But for now, I think not. And what do we have? Okay, so we do have a cooking pot, and let's leave one of our other cooking pots here. So 2 cooking pots total. We have one for water purposes, which is a good number for water purposes. All right. Let's finish checking upstairs, and let's get a couple of those pieces of clothing and rip them up. Rip them up to get some cloth. Only a bandage in the bed. You're not gonna, or in the bath. You're not gonna put a rifle in your bath? Thermal, wait, thermal underwear. I think wool is better than thermal. All right, show me your rifle trunk. Your trunk rifle. Yeah, 3 or 4 more pieces of cloth, I think will do us. So let's rip these things up. And then we'll head north to Hushed River. I think that's our best bet right now. We'll head to Hushed River, we'll check a couple of areas. And if we don't find anything pretty quick, I think we head down and go to the Broken Railroad. Really, what other choice do we have? Okay, are we carrying anything these? This should be the last thing to harvest. Okay, anything that we're carrying and not wearing? No. Alright. Get some food. Alright, salt me. Salty and moldy. Yum, yum, yum. Alright, salt me, baby, one more time. And just for funsies, let's bring a couple of sodas with. And in fact, let's start by drinking one of them. I think we could survive having one more soda on us. Yeah. Now, we're going straight north. Well, first we're turning around to grab a save. And then we're going north. And the best way to do that, in my understanding, well, there's a couple of back houses I want to check first. But the best way to do that is head west along the road, and then we cut over the mountain. Alright. Anything nice in here? No. Not even a dude.
That'll come in handy.
Line, stump remover, useless. Very, very useless. We do have... yeah, the bedroll. The bedroll will be important because I don't know of any fixed sleeping spots up in Hushed River Valley. There's probably a few in different caves, but I don't think I'd be able to find one on my own. This is a deer noise, right? Yeah, it is a deer noise. Because that's a moose sign. I would not like that hoof to be a moose noise. Jesus. Where in the hell are we going to find a rifle? I'm getting quite concerned at this point. Okay, I don't hear any awoos. Not that that means anything. But I'm hoping it means something. At this rate, by the time we get back to the trapper's cabin, all of our saplings will be completely cured. How ridiculous. This was supposed to be just a quick detour, back and forth. It turns out being something absolutely mad. I was like, yeah, we can probably do this challenge in what, 4 hours tops? It's been like 6? Man. Let's just start by finding that rifle. Once we find the rifle, everything else will fall into place. I hear some kind of noise. I don't recognize it, but it sounds like a hoof. That's a deer. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Which also means hopefully there are no wolves around. So we should be able to just go this way. Actually, what day is it? What does our forecast say? Okay, so tomorrow, I guess, has a Cat 2 chance, 20%, which is not a very high percent, all things considered. But at the same time, it would not be great to be stuck in Hushed River Valley in a blizzard. That would not be a good time. Because there's a bunch of caves to hide in, but there's not a whole lot of landmarks. Not a whole bunch. Okay, so the more I'm thinking about it, the more the general location of Hust River Valley is coming back to me. The more it's coming back to me. And I can't think of any particular location that would have a high chance of having a rifle. But what I do know is that when I spawned, I found the rifle quite early. I found it up high. And I didn't find it in the southern, I want to say southern? I'm trying to remember the orientation of the map. I don't actually remember the orientation of the map. But I didn't find the rifle in the lowlands, and I didn't find it all the way up the mountain either. I kind of wish I did have some extra lantern fuel, because there are a lot of caves. But I suppose we can leave the storm lantern here, and we should have enough matches. We can rely on torches, which a couple of coals will help us maintain. Okay, what do we got? Just firewood? I suppose one for firewood couldn't hurt. The first place I think I'm going to go, there's a signal fire location. I'm pretty sure I know how to get there from the exit of this cave. It's actually kind of a short cave. Just coal, huh? Yeah, this cave is pretty short, actually. It's even shorter than the one to Milton. Non-zero chance of bears, non-zero chance of wolves. Okay, so I think that I found the rifle somewhere up on the cliffs up there, or somewhere up on the cliffs over to the left of this downed tree. Because eventually, and not soon afterwards, or not very long afterwards, I found my way in this area, and I hunted a deer right over here in this pond. But I'm sure that I hadn't found the rifle down in this pond. I'm sure I found it somewhere up in that direction. Okay, and there are no deer. So, actually, let's first just real quick go around on the right here. Just to see if it's a little cheeky cliff. Because it's one of these sort of cheeky cliffs that I remember finding it. But if we have to go down very much, I know for sure it's not the spot. And it doesn't look like this goes down. If it goes around, that's fine. You see anything? Deer? I think that's worth checking out. This looks like... Oof. This looks like a ruined snow shelter. Who was maybe hunting with a rifle? Guess not. I will take the herbal tea. And we can drop the cooking pot if we need to. I'm not a huge fan of that cooking pot. But I am a huge fan of everything in that backpack. And we certainly don't need these birch saplings. Okay. I didn't find it this way.
Might have to drop some gear.
You will eventually indeed, Mackenzie. So let's just walk a little bit back, drop some of this stuff, and continue around that way. Okay, so we do have deer here. And that looks like a maple sapling. Not that we need it. Not that we need it. Hey, buddy. Where you going, buddy? Come on, let me up. Let me up. Let me up! All right. What do we have extra? We definitely don't need 2 cooking pots, especially because we have a cooking pot waiting for us back in Milton. Yeah, we picked up a bunch of food, didn't we? Well, I suppose we can eat it. We can eat it, we can drink it, and we can be merry. Fool of a toque. No, that was Pippin. Okay, this looks interesting, but also not familiar. That's around the deer, right? Yeah. Okay, climbing spot. I guess this just goes around. And that's fine. Because I wanted to go this way anyway. It is A-okay. And hup. Okay, I was kind of hoping to eventually cut into the right. But I still have a vague recollection of where this goes. So that down there, I think, is the Midlands. And we don't want to go down there. Because I didn't go down there before I found the rifle. And I also want to say I found the rifle next to a body. So we are looking for crows. And what is underneath those crows? Because it may be, you never know, a rifle. What the heck are these guys circling over, though? Oh, whatever this dude is. Well, another hunting knife, which is actually not what we need, Mackenzie. We don't want to go down there. We want to go around to the right. We want to keep going around to the right. I think... Let's see, do I recognize here? Do I recognize here? I'm going to say no, but maybe. That's going to be a no, but maybe. First, let's check what these crows are circling over. Okay, no wolves, no wolves. That is not passable. That's a deer. Oh dear. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we're good. But a deer might have some arrows in it. You never know. Never does one know. Okay, here we are. Narrator. It did not have arrows in it. Okay, so let's just keep going around this cliffside to the right. Eventually, we should link back up to where the other entrance goes out. And I think I might slightly recognize this pond. Might. If it's where I think it is, we're not too far off. Off of where I hope we would be. Yeah, I think I'm feeling good about going this direction. I'm not feeling good about the lack of wolves in this area, because that suggests the existence of a bear. In my experience, bears tend to zone out wolves from their territory. Yeah, I think I recognize this area. I think if we go up here, we should eventually be able to cut back to the right to the cave, but we're going to continue forward. Still no bears. I might have just heard a snort. I did hear a snort. Okay, so there's a bear here, which means we can avoid the bear and not get nibbled on by wolves. Yeah. As I remembered, you can't move while aiming the revolver. Go figure. Now there should be a guy... Ooh, almost sneezed. There should be a guy somewhere behind one of these rocks, I think. At least I thought. That is a long, long climbing rope. It may be where we need to go. Oh, hey, buddy. Good luck trying to get up here. I wish you the best of luck, because you're not my problem. Yeah, bark to you too. Alright, what have we got? Just a deer? A deer and a supply cache. Surely a rifle is hidden inside this supply cache. Surely. Work pants, don't need them. Climbing socks might be good. Combat boots we can check, but I don't think they're worth it. Compared to our mucklucks. So these are probably what?
Too much stuff to carry.
1.5 Celsius, 1 Celsius, and 10 defense. Whereas our mucklucks are probably 2.5 Celsius, 2 Celsius, and only 5 decent defense. Yeah, these are not good for us. And we also don't need the toque. Or the climbing socks. The only question is whether or not there's a way down from here. I want to go in that direction, because the rope that goes to the signal fire is in that direction. But if there's no way down, which I believe there's not, then we'll have to turn around. Yeah, there's the bear, and that's a cliff, so there is no way down here. Unfortunate. And I think even that cliff is probably a little bit too steep for me to want to mess with. So we'll be going around the medium way. And I do want to be... Wolf, why you gotta keep barking at me? You're barking up the wrong tree. I do want to be aware of the food situation. We are pretty decent, food-wise. But there's not going to be a lot of food here that isn't either scavenged from carcass or from hunting. There's not going to be much food at all. Of course, we do have a revolver, so hunting wolves is going to be no issue. Is there a way down here? There is. There's also a way up there. Okay. Fine. Absolutely fine. Was that a dude? No. Okay, as long as we stay near the deer, we should be okay. Wolf over there, not my problem. Now, if the deer does run over towards the wolf and get hunted, I will consider hunting the wolf. But he should run the other way, I think. Unless he decides to be a madman. Ooh, bear tracks. Let's not go too quick, and let's hope they peel off to the left. There's wolves to the left. Did the bear tracks go right? I don't think so. I hope not. Yeah, no tracks here. Okay, come on now. If I was a rifle, where would I be? Now, I also know for sure that this spot over here is a vista. But I don't know why I would charcoal it, because I'm almost certain that there's nothing worth mentioning down in this lowlands area. Almost completely certain. Let's just check and see if it pops up when we get close. And that's the rope we're going to go up next. Alright, show me. Many Falls Vista, so it is called... Oh, but you know what? I think it's Many Falls Vista, but I don't think it counts as a Vista location. Something weird. There was something weird about it. At any rate, we don't need it, because Lord help us if we have to go down there. For now, let's just start getting up this rope. It's probably going to take most of, if not all of our stamina. And we're going to have to drop some stuff too. Okay. The first time I crawled up this rope, the fire at the top was still smoldering. Okay, what can we eat and drink? I guess we can do a bunch of granola bars. That should start getting the weight down, and then a couple of sodas, or a soda and some water, should take us the rest of the way. Sardines, maybe. I'm looking for the low condition things. Yeah, that'll do. And let's head up before we lose that healed sprain risk. Yeah, this is gonna be expensive. Fatigue-wise, I mean. Thank goodness for crampons. Thank goodness for crampons and short mountaineering ropes. About a quarter. I was worried that it would be worse. Alright. So for one, there's no signal fire here. For two, there's no, like, little camp here. I suppose maybe that's a survival mode only thing. Okay. Well, that's fine. There should be a cave just around this bend. There should be a cave there, but there's more caves forward, and you know what? We're not tired enough to stop. Not tired enough to stop. I do know there's a memento cache, I believe, supposedly, now I never found it, but supposedly, like inside this rock here. One would expect it to be inside the cave, but I never saw it there. And let's not break an ankle. Unless it's... is it this? No. Well, at any rate, let's check the cave. Okay, what have we got? Firewood? More firewood. I guess it's not firewood, it's coal. Any containers in back here? Not really. Okay, well that's fine. Yeah, there's nothing in here. At least nothing that's reasonably placed. So let's head over to the next cave. There is a way to get up into this upper area here. There's, you know, we go around here. Maybe we have to cut through this scrub brush. That we can do that. Eventually there will be some kind of a ramp that goes up. We can check that out. We can check the cave. And there's more stuff forward past the cave. Yeah, I guess we have to chop this. Kind of looks a little bit sloppy, a little bit gamey. We'll chop you in 18 minutes and get a whole bunch of sticks out of it. My favorite. Well, not my favorite, but close.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Okay, this isn't what I was thinking, but always check. Nothing. Up there. Up there where the fallen tree is. That's where we can go. Check whatever these crows are circling around. Actually, that's up on the ledge. We'll have to go up and around to see it. Probably based on noises, a wolf somewhere in the clearing up here. Maybe on the ridge. This area is where I spawned when I did survival mode previously. Oh. Oh, you saw us from that far away, huh? Well, you're kind of in the way. There's not a whole bunch of space to sort of walk you around here. So, I really don't know how much of an option we have. I really don't know how much of an option we have here, bud. Unless you lost us because we hid behind a tree for like 2 seconds. Which may be exactly what just happened. Well, I guess we can try peace today. As long as you keep your end of the bargain up.
Just need to close my eyes.
Yeah, to you too. Well, it's close enough. Yeah, we'll pop in the cave here. We'll drop a bunch of stuff. Maybe take a quick nap. And then we can try to get up that slope. This should be one of the ice caves, I think. Which are unusually bright. But they're also unusually labyrinthine. Absolutely, the first thing I'll do in here is get myself lost. So let's start with the nap. Let Mr. Wolf cool down. And then, how much firewood do we have to drop here? I guess a decent amount. And maybe a couple of holes too. Yeah, that's pretty good. And we will have to make a fire, get some water going soon though. Because we just have about half of a thirst bar left water-wise. Maybe a little bit more. Some in the peaches. We got the coffee and the tea. We got some of the condensed milk. But it would be better to have just straight out water. Alright, it sounds like somebody's eating something over there. So let's let them leave. Let's leave whatever that is be. And try to get up this slope first. Let's see if there's anything by the climbing rope over here. And that is a signal fire. All the way over there. That's kind of annoying. I do know how to get there. Let's put a pin in that. We'll go to the signal fire next. But for now, let's check this ridge. Luckily, it's mostly downhill from here. And I think we can get almost all the way there without climbing any ropes. If my memory is still good enough. I do have a vague recollection of how to get there. Surely, a signal fire is where you leave your rifle, right? I probably should have looked around first. But I didn't know the signal fire could be in a different place. And in such an inconvenient place, too. Like, come on now. All the way across the way? Okay. Should be a couple of bodies over here. Maybe some burdock? I don't exactly remember. There's our wolf. But if we're lucky, whoever shot this deer dropped their rifle. There is supposed to be a deer over here, right? There were crows. There it is. Okay, that's not great, but this is. Hello. Show me your cash.
Wonder if the owner's around.
Snow pants. We will take a look at that. Don't need the socks, don't need the long johns, don't need the accelerant. But we will definitely look at the pants. So combat are 2.5, 20, and 7. Snow pants, 2, 1.5, 50, and 5. A little bit heavier, unfortunately. But I think it's worth the downside. Yeah, we don't need food so desperately yet that it's worth carrying around a kilogram. 21 days, 13 hours, and 59 minutes. It's been 9 days, and we haven't found this damn rifle. When I played survival mode, I found a rifle within the first 9 hours, it seems. Ooh, that was a little bit of a risky transition. And let's make sure we're ready here. Because I don't know where that wolf went. Is that him? No. Maybe he went down the pass to the left again. Well, that's fine. Suits me just fine. Nope, he's right there. Can we sneak by? We might be able to sneak by. Give peace a chance. We have to go that way next. Okay. I don't know where he went, but... Oh, he's over there in the defilade. Of course. Hiding in the tiniest little divot in the snow. Like a frickin' ninja. Hiding in the rafters or something. Alright, now I think eventually if we keep following this direction, we might end up at a plane crash. A propeller plane crash. A small, like, you know, double-seater maybe. Very small plane. Okay. And if memory serves, well, let's not rely on my memory, but I suspect there are no wolves this way. I lightly suspect it. Ah, birch. We don't need any saplings, though. All the saplings we could ever dream of are being cured in the hunter's cabin, the trapper's cabin. And they're no concern of mine anymore. Until we get back there, that is. Okay, so we'll spend the night in the ice cave. Now, the ice cave is kind of crazy in that you can get almost anywhere on this map with it. We could use it. I think there's a very short mountaineering rope that we could use to get effectively into the lower areas again. Compare that to the very long mountaineering rope that we're right next to. But I think I would rather go down the long mountaineering rope and know exactly where I'm coming out, as opposed to going through the ice cave and effectively entering or exiting some random exit and not knowing where I am. So I think what we do is that. And I also remember having to chop this scrub brush here to pass. Although I think I went and did the second one to guarantee a way through. Okay, now I also have a recollection of this next cliff face being a little bit more complicated isn't the right word, but not linear. Non-linear is the right word. And can I not please get stuck on the branch and make it launch me off into space? That would be very nice of you, thank you very much.
I'm gonna need to rest.
Yeah, that's the cave that we came in from. Okay, and this cliff edge might end up being longer than I remembered. In which case, not entirely sure what the play is. But for starters, let's check and see if there's anything good in here. Take the food. Don't need the bandage, don't need the bedroll.
Something's gotta go.
As much as I like an arrow archery book, we really have no use for it. Especially as of yet, because we don't even have any arrows. So we continue. We continue and hope the dusk maintains. Oof. Okay, nothing on the left here, right? Yeah. And below us should be that pond that I mentioned I hunted my first deer in. Okay, so I wasn't actually expecting this to end here. Did I miss something? Yeah, that definitely doesn't go forward. So maybe going down that slope just now was a mistake. Maybe we should have stayed high and try to do something stupid like go over this tree branch. That might be possible, actually. In fact, the more I look at it, the more I'm thinking maybe we don't need to. Maybe we can just go along here. Okay, here's the plane. No, this is where I thought we were. Okay, here's the plane. Is there anything good on the plane? Let's find out. Emergency stim. I'll take it. Any containers? I guess no glove compartment. But I did see back seats. These doors. And these ought to have containers, right? Energy bar. Leave vehicle? No. Nothing. Nothing. There should be a pilot somewhere here. I think I just saw him.
Someone's stash.
Don't need it. Don't need it. Don't need it. Don't need it. Alright, what you got? A whole bunch of nothing. Okay, so this is obviously not a place to find a rifle. Where in the heck did I find that rifle? Okay, at any rate, let's head back to the ice cave. because we are almost knackered. Yeah, this is the way. There's nothing on top of here, though, right? Surely. Surely. Yeah, nothing. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. How far is that fall, though? Not very. It's getting to the point where depth perception is a little bit rough. But once we cross this branch, it should be an easy walk back to the cave. Unless the wolf has decided to interpose himself. And it wouldn't be the first time. You let me up, please. Very nice. Very nice. You know what? What day is it? Cat 1 chance. I guess? No. Tomorrow must be a Cat 2 chance, perhaps? Ooh, there's a blizzard. And that came on suddenly. Right as soon as I said it, geez. Well, it's nothing we can't deal with. The cave is right ahead. As long as we follow the left wall, we can't get lost. I do hope that the storm ends by tomorrow morning, though. If it doesn't, I think we still have to go. I think we still have to go and try and find that signal fire. I have a vague path mapped out in my head, but I don't trust myself to follow it completely with this much visibility. Especially not if it starts getting colder. I think we cut too early for the cave. I think we still have to go around. Might as well sprint, right?
So tired.
Okay, this is looking a little bit better. But that steepness is concerning. I don't remember there being anything that steep. This is actually very concerning. Let's get on some flat and take stock. Where the hell are we? This was supposed to be... Oh, there was that little ramp. Okay. I think if we go down, we should be fine, but just in case, let's go around a little bit. I don't want there to be suddenly a very, very steep, large cliff. Oof. This is going to be rough. 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, there we go. And now let's go... Yeah, there's just grass here. There's just grass. It's no big deal. Better safe than sorry. As the Lonely Island says, YOLO. You only live once. Okay, this is looking a little bit better. Yeah, here we go. Alright, now the question of our age. Do we try to make a fire here and boil some water? I don't think so. We should have enough water to fill up
any of this gear.
To fill up our... Yeah, we have enough and then some. Okay, so we pop a squat. Sleep for 12. Oh, I hope we have more than 900 calories. This is going to be close, actually. It would be a disaster to lose well-fed here. Oh god, that was close. That was quite close. I also don't hear the wind anymore, and that's a good thing.
I could eat a horse.
Slurp up this tomato soup. And I guess we can start on these guys.
I better find some water.
Now, we are getting low on water to the point where... Let's go down... And that's actually quite thirst quenching. And we can finally eat one of these condensed milks. Condensed milks are so good. Look at that. Amazing. Okay. I want to get in the lowlands before making water. Because I'd like to make more water than we could carry down that ladder. Okay, we have, what? 1 kilo and change free. One of those is going to be the bedroll. Let's not forget that. Yeah, we can't carry anything else. We did get a bunch of sticks from chopping up that scrub brush. And sticks are terrible. Terrible for carry weight. Okay, let's get this coal back. And maybe we can even afford cedar. It would give it to me. If it would give it to me. That's a fir firewood. I guess we can still afford it, though. Barely. Make sure we don't get jumped by a wolf. Either here or at the bottom of this rope. Because that's where that last guy was. I'm hoping... One. Okay, so I guess that was the 20% Cat 2 chance that went overnight. I'm hoping that the signal fire is still out and visible. It was somewhere over there. But one, I can't see anything. Two, it is getting even more foggy. Okay, the wolf is still at the bottom there. Let's go around. If we can get past this wolf over here, or if he moved, we'll go down the shorter rope. It's actually a slightly more convenient... Well, it's a slightly easier path to take. They're both, I'd say, equally as convenient. And the wolf is there. Well, I guess let's try to get past him. Okay, I guess you can come over here, right, bud? Yeah, look at how cute you are. All stalking like you're something big and scary. You're just a little fluff ball. You're just a little guy. Just stay a little far away if we can. Thank you very much. Please and thank you. Yeah, no scent marks, so we shouldn't be too irresistible to him. I mean, I know we're irresistible, but for different reasons. I think we're clear. I hope we're clear. Another reason not to get into a fight. We can't afford to take any of the meat, pelt, or guts down. he's still back there. Okay, he's just closing distance, not actually coming to attack. And I guess he doesn't like going through scrub brushes. Ooh, wow, this is getting foggy. Okay, it was an even better idea to come this way, because going where I want to go from this area, we can always have a cliff edge on our right, and it will be harder to get lost. So that was quite the good idea, I believe. Let's just not miss where the rope is. Right here. All right, great. Now, we get to see how easy it is to go down compared to going up. So fast, so easy, so effortless. Barely costs anything. Okay, let's head out. Ooh, the one thing to watch out for. So we want to follow this ridge on our right. Eventually, we should end up at a couple of climbing spots. Like hand climbing spots, not rope climbing. The one downside is this is where the bear went, if you remember. Now, he's probably not there anymore, but he could be there again. Yeah, look at this sneaky little spot over here. Actually, I think this is a separate path along the edge of this cliff. You remember that place I was whining about? You know, it's not a vista, or we're not going to go down there. That's right to our right. It is directly to the right of us. Ooh, what are you? Are you a cheeky little spot that we can sneak through? I kind of want to break this down just to see what's on the other side. I thought I saw something. Oh, hello. I did see something. What are you, just some firewood? Oh, hello.
I'm not sure I can carry much
I've
more.
never found this before. An MRE, maple syrup, a lot of food. Not half bad. I saw a little bit of geometry and thought, there's no way they put a scrub brush there in that very suspicious location and position for no reason. And it turns out that's correct. They didn't put a scrub brush there in that suspicious location for no reason. Okay. So that is not the climb spot we want. That goes up to the Midland area. At least I think it isn't. I'm not entirely sure what's on the other side of this. If it goes down... Yeah, I think we want to continue this way. This may not be what I'm expecting. This may be another path that I didn't know about, because I don't remember ever breaking down a scrub brush to come this way. Which, of course, doesn't mean that I didn't. But this could be a location that I am not familiar with. Although, the increasing proximity to a waterfall, I am expecting to go up a couple of waterfalls, is making me feel a little more confident as we go. But are we below where I think we are, or above? I don't think I remember a cave here. If this is an ice cave, we're not going inside. If it's an ice cave, we're not going inside. But is there a climb spot here? Not yet. Okay, this really was not my expectation. But I might know where we are. I think I know where we are. Yeah, the Hush River. This is the river that winds through the middle zone. So, we need to be I think I know where we need to go. We need to get out of this river and back up on that side of the cliff on the right there, which may entail going through the entire river and following it back. But we may also be able to get away with the climbing rope. I would pay for that. I would pay the fatigue if the climbing rope that's on the north side here. Is that the north side? I think that's the north side. If the climbing rope on that north side is deployed, I would pay to go up it. This is more bear country up here. Not inside this valley, this riverbed. But on the left and on the right, both of them are bear country. Yep. A deer and no arrows. How rude. Trying to decide when to stop and make some water. Okay, there's our climbing rope. It does have a rope. We're going up it. We'll go up, we'll double back and follow the ridge as far as we can. And then from there, I think the first likely spot, we start a fire and boil some water. This rope isn't too tall. And we have most of our fatigue. We have more than 2/3 fatigue left. We should have plenty left over, and we shouldn't slow down very much. Too encumbered. I forgot about that. And we are substantially too encumbered, probably by all these sticks. I had forgotten that we'd picked up so damn many sticks. For firewood, don't need it. Yeah, we can eat some of this food and drink some of this water. That should get us, I want to say, most of the way there. And let's not forget to drop the recycled cans. All right, and water. And the cans. It's not going to be quite enough. So, probably firewood, probably a cedar, because we do have, and a stick, because we do have a bunch of coal. And once we get the fire started with the stick, then we can do burn time with the coal. Yeah, see, this barely cost us 1/4 of our fatigue. Whereas if we started with half fatigue, it probably would have cost us more like 1/3 or 2/5. Okay, now what we're looking for is somewhere to sleep. Again, I have an idea, if we can find it, but it might be a ways off. That's a wolf. I think we can go around. I was tricked into thinking we were safe because that deer was right there. But we can go around this guy, and as long as we don't get cornered, we should be just fine. Yeah, it's like somewhere there's like a ledge over in that direction. We can go around the right side of that big cliff. Yeah, see that? That's a climbing zone. That's exactly where we're trying to get. And in fact, if I recall, we do have to cross a tree branch to get there. Now, we don't want to go down into this little river valley here. There is ostensibly a tree branch that leads out of it, like over here or something, but it's a pain in the ass to actually get up, and I don't trust it. So we're not going down unless there's a very good reason. For example, a rifle. This is where we want to be. Okay, so Buddy will cross this bridge, I think. if he's still chasing, but he's not. He gave up. Okay, that's fine. I'm okay with that. I remember there being a body under here, but there's not right now. I also remember there being a body somewhere on this riverbed, but I also don't see that either. So let's just climb up and see if we can get to the... Yeah, the signal fire is still there. I think I know how to get there. Yeah, some hope that there's a rifle over there. Hope against hope that there's a damn rifle over there. Yeah, that's right. 20 days, 19 hours, 21 minutes. 1/3 of our time gone. And we still haven't found a damn rifle. These two climbing zones, these are exactly what I was looking for.
I might have to drop some gear.
So this goes exactly where I think it goes. There's a river valley. We hook around to the left over a hill. And then there's some more, it's like a pseudo valley that will go down. That will eventually lead towards where that signal fire is. But there is a wolf up here. At least there was the last time I came this way. I guess that's the direction where the other signal fire would be, if it had spawned there. I'm just dreaming about an infield number 4 bolt action, chambered in .303 caliber. Here's our river valley. Hear a wolf behind us, probably in that low lowland, which is not our problem in the slightest. There's a whole bunch of stuff across and to the right, but there's nowhere that I can think up there that would spawn a rifle. There might be one place. And if we're up here, I suppose we could check. But we'll be quick about it. Man, it is nice to have good clothing. If we came here before finding all these parkas and these shoes, and more importantly, the festive sweater, we'd have a rough time. Also, this is where the wolf jumped me. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, there's a rabbit here. There's no way we can be in danger. So now we just need to make our way around. Please, oh please, signal fire, my love. Shower upon me the gifts which I deserve. And please don't have those gifts be lumps of coal. That's another way down in that direction, if I remember. There should be a cave over here, probably beside the waterfall. But for now, that's not our problem. Okay, the only question is it here? Yeah, it's here through the brush. Probably. And if it's not, well, one, how could it be? Because how could the person who made the signal fire have gotten through the brush to make the signal fire? It makes no sense. But sometimes that really do be how it is. 20 days, 17 hours, 57 minutes. There's our signal fire. And now the question, is there jack all here? Who's to know? Because I sure don't. Okay. Presumably there's a dude. Mysterious signal fire. So a ton of stuff. Hello, moose skin satchel. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do, and don't mind if I ditch these nerdy looking earmuffs. Frozen. Completely frozen. Hopefully it's not giving us frostbite. I guess not yet. Okay, so I don't see a rifle here anywhere.
I could use this.
Mackinac don't need it. We'll take the stem. Lens is 5. More revolver ammunition. I mean, I guess now that we have a revolver, it's okay. But it's still not great. Surely you have a rifle, bud. Only a hatchet? Buddy. Buddy, a hatchet, maple syrup, and sewing kit. Well, I suppose it is sufficiently Canadian of you. Okay, let's just make sure we're not actually missing anything. Use? Use? Oh, it's not completely busted. How do I exit? Here. Okay, so that's fine. Dog food, tomato soup. We'll take both of those. And because this, at least as far as the rifle is concerned, was a bust. I think we go around and we check that other spot. Basically kind of around and up a hill. There should be a dude in like a clearing, I think, or a cave, something. I remember there being a little bit of stuff. But it looks like this is going to be a bust. Because I've looked everywhere that I would have expected a rifle to be. Although, what are those crows circling over? That's just a deer. That deer is no problem of mine. Also, we don't need this many sticks again. And now we're fast. God, that moose hide satchel is nice to find. Not as nice as a rifle, but nice to find nonetheless. You know, the easiest way is probably up that little path behind the waterfall. We'll check the cave and go around. It's so bright we can probably see inside the cave just fine. Ooh, unless this is an ice cave. That looks a lot like an ice cave. No thank you. No thank you. Give that a miss. Give that a so ein missed. And there should be no problem just walking up here. Should be fine. Well, I guess there's a couple of climbing spots. Oh my god, can you imagine if I went around back towards the water and tried to cross over that bridge? Over that tree bridge? Oh man, what a lucky choice. What a lucky, lucky choice. The last time I was here,
Just what I need.
there was no rifle. Even at 43%, I'm not mad at it. We have an effectively infinite number of firearm cleaning kits on the way back. Oh god, that's nice. Okay. New plan. Let's try to get down to the cave that goes to Milton. We'll sleep there. I don't think there are any climbing zones here. There might be a climbing zone this way. If there's a climbing zone this way, we gotta go the long way around. Never mind. There's just not a way down there. So we're going around. I'm still not trusting the ice cave. I'm sure I could probably find a shortcut going through. Actually, you know what? You know what? I brought the storm lantern. We might as well use it. We might as well. Oh god, that's nice. That is so nice. You guys cannot imagine how I was beginning to feel the first inklings of stress. Because if there was no rifle in that next spot that I was going to look, the next place that I was going to go was all the way over in Broken Railroad. And then from there, I don't even know where I would have gone. I think we want to go broadly down. That... well, not our problem. Yeah, I probably would have gone to the estate at Broken Railroad and then swung by the Spence estate in the southern part of the Forlorn Muskeg, and then take the cave near that goes to the Bleak Inlet. And then just hope to hope. I don't even know where I would have found a rifle in the Bleak Inlet. I don't think I found a single rifle in the entire Bleak Inlet when I was there in the survival mode. And I'm also pretty sure that's a dead end, because the only way to get up to the ravine is to deploy 2 mountaineering ropes. Okay, I was actually hoping that... is that hoppable? That might be hoppable. That might be a little bit too brave. That kind of looks hoppable. I don't dare. Yeah, I don't dare. We are only 2 kilograms over. Untitled Ben, welcome back. Oh my goodness. Welcome back. We have just found the find of the literal century. The find of the literal century. An old, garbage, number 4 Lee Enfield rifle that we've been looking for the past 10 days in game. But hey, lurking is great. Lurking is one of my favorite things to do. In fact, one of the rules of the internet, as you should well know, is lurk more. Okay, you know what? So right now, I'm trying to decide how to get down this mountaineering rope. One, I could actually go down the normal way. Or two, I could try to kind of hop down these rocks, but I feel like there's a death plane there. I feel like there's a death plane. So what we're going to do is we're going to sleep. We're going to take a quick nap here. Right here. Right here. Right here. So we're going to take a quick nap. Quick 6-hour nap. That's going to put us to midnight. We are not going to have a fun time figuring out where we are once we get out of this cave. Okay, quick 6-hour nap. We're going to drink some water. We're going to eat some food. And then hopefully we'll be under our carrying capacity. Because we found a glorious, genuine, 100% moose hide satchel. So, we picked that up. That makes us heavy. That is a little bit too much to just drink, isn't it? We also don't have any straight water. What do we do? What do we do to lose 0.17 kilograms of weight? I think we prepare some rose hips. I think that's a very good use of our time. Lurking in the shadows like a vampire. Okay, where the hell are we? This place is pitch black. Let's not forget... yeah, let's not forget the bedroll. Okay, let's head down and figure out how the hell to get out of here. I don't know if you remember, but these ice caves are a maze, and there's a bunch of different exits. I don't know exactly where I'm going. I just know if I keep walking, I'll eventually find an exit. And at this point, any exit will do. Any exit is better than the location that I entered this place from. So hopefully I can satisfy your second monitor requirement. Okay, this is just... Okay, it looks like...
I wonder if this is any good to eat.
Did Buddy starve? Also, if this is fresh gut, then that means it hasn't been air drying for more than 5 days. This dude's only been dead for like a day and a half. Or 2 days. Rip. We'll take the torch, and we'll search your stuff.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
We don't need... So, this Untitled, this challenge, it's, actually, I think it's been a minute since you've been here. So we've basically finished the survival mode. I'm going through the challenges now. This particular challenge, the premise is that Canada has the most amazing weather forecasters you've ever heard of. And they can predict the weather 30 days into the future. And in 30 days from the start, there's a Category 5 or Category 0.5, so Category 1/2 winter hurricane storm coming. Amazing that they know this 30 days in advance. Now, you might think this is strange, especially since there have been blizzards on days they didn't predict it, and no blizzards on days they did predict it. So who actually knows? Not me. But the goal is to basically stock up a base, which I already have a billion of in the survival mode, with food, equipment, materials, water, and other assorted sundries before that hurricane comes. My mission, since almost the very beginning, almost the first day, was twofold. One, find a rifle, because one of the things you need to stock is a rifle. And two, on the way to finding the rifle, find better clothing. Now, we found really good clothing at this point, to the point where I'm actually not picking up or dropping, or eventually dropping, most of the stuff that I'm finding. Oh, we'll take this torch. See how I said these caves are labyrinthine? I'm pretty much lost. Oh, shoot. Okay, I know where I am in the caves now, but I don't want to go here, because in order to exit this cave, I need to walk through a waterfall, and that's going to get me cold and wet. So let's find another exit. Unfortunate, because I do know where that cave exit would spit us out. But basically, we've been running around. So we started in... Well, let me back up. The base that it tells us to stock all this stuff up in is... it's a garage in kind of the middle of, if you remember, that coastal highway area. That's the place where I had my main bases in the survival mode, with the big frozen bay and the islands on the frozen bay. Okay, here we go. We can work with this.
I need to drop something.
Where the hell are we? Where the hell are we? I think I know where we are, but it's midnight. But it's also not so cold that we can't walk around. So I think this is the way to go. But basically... Ooh, that's a moose noise. Is that a moose noise or a deer noise? I think it ran away, so I think that's a deer noise. Yeah, that's a deer noise. And I think this is the way to go. But basically, we need to bring all of the stuff that we find back into that one base. So we started there. The first thing we did is we basically looted everything that's sort of easy and a good idea to get in that location. And that took a while. Not a while, really, maybe like 2 days. Then we moved on towards the Mystery Lake area. We went through the ravine, didn't fall down the cliff, and eventually we went, we got to Mystery Lake. We went to the Hydro Dam. We took the shortcut in the Hydro Dam, and is that anything to be afraid of? No, I don't think so. But the shortcut in the Hydro Dam that heads north through the valleys to Pleasant Lake. Once we're at Pleasant Lake, well, first off, we looked through the entire Hydro Dam for a rifle. Then we went into the substation in Pleasant Lake, we went to the farmhouse in Pleasant Lake, and swung back around to the Placid Pond. No rifles. What's that noise? That's a deer. But still, no rifles in that entire location. I think I'm still going the right direction. I have a vague recollection of this terrain. So no rifles. Went back to the hydro dam, back through Mystery Lake, checked all of the basically train cars and the camp cabin on the way through the railroad in Mystery Lake, went over, checked the trapper's hut in Mystery Lake, checked all of the hunting blinds I could find, checked all of those. No rifles anywhere, not even in the trapper's cabin. I hear noises. That sounds like a deer. But luckily in the trapper's cabin I did find a revolver, which was the first weapon of any kind that we found so far. So I'm a little bit less scared of wildlife now. After that, because we dodged a bear just now. After that, because I thought there is no way we wouldn't be able to find a rifle somewhere in Mystery Lake, especially the trapper's cabin. But somehow we didn't find a rifle there. What's that? That's a wolf. That's a wolf eating a rabbit. Let's go around that. So we didn't find a rifle anywhere there, and I was at a loss. Where the hell am I going to find a rifle? Someone had mentioned that they found a rifle at the very top of Timberwolf Mountain, but I thought, good God, please don't let me have to go to the top of Timberwolf Mountain again. So instead, I headed towards Milton. There's a cave near the trapper's cabin that leads towards the town of Milton, and I went there. Okay, I think I heard that wolf bark. It's probably hunting more rabbits, which means I'm pretty sure this is the right way to go. Yeah, in fact, that gap there, that gap between these rocks, no, it's either a gap there, or it's a tiny little sneak spot on the right there. I think it's on the right. This is going to lead down into the valley, into the stream. We'll cross the stream, go out the other side, and we follow the cliff on the right side of that. It'll lead us right to the exit of this region, which will bring us back to Milton. Okay, but as I was saying, I searched all of the likely spots in Milton. I searched the gas station, I searched the credit union, I searched the post office, all the places you'd expect to find a rifle in Canada. And I searched the big house on the hill, which certainly, of course, that had to have had a rifle, right? But no rifle. Even though in the episodes it has a rifle. I was very disappointed. So then I squirted straight up to the Hush River Valley, and have just been running around there, trying to find a rifle. We spent the first day running around the high areas, plateaus, there's a bunch of cliffs, a bunch of caves up there that you can climb up to with a mountaineering rope. Nothing up there, even though that's where I found the rifle when I spawned in my first initial survival run. Found the rifle there pretty quickly, actually, but it wasn't there this time. In Hushed River Valley, it seems I've only been there for the first time twice. It seems that there is a location where a signal fire spawns. The upper plateaus and cliffs is where the signal fire had spawned when I was in the survival mode. That's not where it was this time. So I climbed up there, no signal fire. I was surprised. I turn around, cross the entire valley and canyon. I see the signal fire smoke. So we finished searching the cliffs in the north. Found absolutely nothing. Well, we found a crashed plane, some emergency stim, and maybe some energy drinks. But nothing that we were looking for, specifically a rifle. And decided, damn, I guess we're going to have to walk all the way around this valley to get to that damn signal fire and hope there's a rifle there. So we walk all the way around. Luckily, I remembered the way from, weeks ago when I had actually surveyed this area when we were up here in the survival mode. I remember the way we went up. Luckily, we weren't accosted by any wildlife. And I was able to find the signal fire. But when you know it, there was no rifle at the signal fire. There was, however, a moose-hide satchel. The moose-hide satchel, if you'll recall, gives you an additional 5 kilograms of carry weight, which in a region like this, where you're going up and down ropes all the time, is absolutely vital. Absolutely vital. Yeah, and we'll get up this way. Up and to the right here, across this waterfall. So that was a good haul. And we were kind of up a mountain at that point. Of course, you put a signal fire up somewhere high, right? So we're something like up a mountain, basically up the other mountain, the southern mountain. And I thought, well, it's a waste. There's one more spot it's unlikely to check. One more spot super unlikely for it to be. But it would kind of be a waste to not check, wouldn't it? So I decided, fine, let's go check. Now, there's 2 possible routes to get to the location I wanted to get to from the signal fire. The first route, I thought, it's probably safer, it's probably shorter, but there was a chance that I'd take a wrong turn and go down to a dead end instead of over a tree branch that I wanted to traverse. The second way was to go under a waterfall. It's a little bit more out of the way, but would for sure lead us there. And I decided to go under the waterfall. And wouldn't you know it, but under the waterfall, did I find a body with this damn rifle and 3 rounds of ammunition. Finally, after that entire quest, I was worried because when I went to... So, if this didn't work, I would have had to go all the way to the west. I don't remember during the survival mode finding any rifles over there in the west. So it was kind of just a Hail Mary. And if not there, where would we look? We would have to go, what, all the way to prison in Blackrock, maybe? I don't remember finding a rifle there either. I hear a noise, and I'm hoping it's a deer. I think it's a deer. Yeah, that's a deer noise. Okay, it is very dark here. We're getting pretty close to being able to sleep until dawn, though. So let's get into this cave. The cave is not far away at all now. It's just up this valley and to the right. So there was an entire song and dance that we would have had to go through if this rifle wasn't here. Like, my god, it would have been rough. It would have been very rough. Oh, but now, I mean, it's fantastic. We've got what? We've got great clothing. So even in this, you know, it's midnight, it's windy, I guess we are in a windbreak, and we are barely losing any coldness. We're barely losing any temperature that warm with all this good clothing. It's very well repaired. We have a bunch of food, a bunch of processed food. We haven't even had a hunt yet because we've been going so fast through these different locations. Materials-wise, we've got a bunch of stuff that we, you know, anything we want. We've already made improvised crampons. Fantastic. We've already got a few birch saplings and a maple sapling curing over at the huntsman's cabin in Mystery Lake, and we're gonna hit that on the way back. The cave is right there in the middle of the screen. It looks like the bottom of a tree because it's light, but that's just because you're seeing the sky color through it because it's so far away. What was I saying? Right. And we even, on the way, found a single 60% survival bow already crafted. The downside to that is we have not found a single unbroken arrow. Not a single unbroken arrow. We have found 4 broken arrows, so we do have access to arrowheads. Now let's drink so we don't... Yeah, where is this? Yeah, we have 4 arrowheads. Now, if we go from Milton, there are going to be ropes we need to climb up and down. But there's also a bunch of other stuff we can drop. Yeah, look at all this food. This is honestly a stupid amount of food. It's kind of dumb to have all this much food. But it is what it is. Eat all of these chocolate bars. I've eaten a stale chocolate bar before. It's not the end of the world. Absolutely shocking. Okay, but anyway, when I saw this 6 hour sleep, when I saw this challenge, I was like, you know what? There's probably going to start us in the Coastal Valley, or it's going to start us wherever we want to have a base. There's probably going to be a rifle somewhere nearby in the region. I didn't expect we'd have to go to one of the literal ends of the map to find it. I didn't mean sleep. I was like, you know what? How long could this challenge really take? At most, what? 4 hours? Well, this stream is going to be going on for... It went on for about an hour and a half, and then we crashed and had to restart the game in the stream. Now we're on 6.5 hours. So my current aspiration is to at least get back to the Trapper's Cabin. And we can do that with a little help from our friends, Stacy's Grape Soda, and I don't think we have any other soda. Yeah, it's going to be a shame to drop a bunch of this food over in Milton. The big house in Milton, I already stopped there and dropped a whole bunch of food and other stuff. Because I knew there were ropes we were going to have to climb. I want to go fast and travel light. So it looks like we're going to drop even more stuff there. Which entrance? I want to say, I think, yeah, left is a dead end. This is the way. This is the way. And you know, that entire time in Husker Valley, I don't think we needed to start fire even once. We were in and out that fast. Yeah, here we go. I suppose we can also drop a bunch of firewood. There's coal, and we don't really need it. Alright, this is good. Save the fuel. Save a whale. Or in this case, coho salmon. Okay, this should spit us out Milton. Oh, and look at this. It's even mid-dawn. Love it. Never know when a wolf is going to show up. Also, we found basically 70 rounds of revolver ammunition before we ever found the revolver. We also found these basically 55 rounds of rifle ammunition before we ever found the rifle, which I think it's competitive with the amount of ammunition I found during the entire survival run. And that lasted for, what, more than 350 in-game days? It's only been 10 in-game days so far. That's how much we've been getting trolled. There's something red over there that I want to see. It's probably nothing. You don't see such splashes of color in this game. Let's just take a quick peek. What is this? I see the redness. It's so vibrant. Is it a cart? Is it... It's just a very, very large wheelbarrow. Interesting. Harder hydro energy. I wonder what they could use such a thing for. Okay, let's head back down to the town. We'll head through the town. Well, I guess first we'll stop by the house on the hill. We'll drop off our stuff, then we'll head over to the park. The park has the climbing zones that's going to lead us back to Mystery Lake. It also has a bunch of deer. It has a bunch of deer. It's a very tranquil place. Okay. Yeah, I love walking this fast. It's so nice. It's just so nice. I can't begin to tell you just the quality of life of having well-fed and a moose-hide satchel. It's so good, man. It is so good. Over the river and through the town to grandmother's house we go. It's not grandmother's house, it's grandmother's house. As a backup plan, if we didn't find any rifles up in Hush River Valley, there is a farm south of Milton, and farms have rifles in them, right? I would have checked that before heading over to the Broken Railroad. Because it is quite a ways from here. Would have been worth a slight detour if it could save us that entire trek. And that's a moose warning. I did see for the first time a moose in the hill behind the house on the hill. I'd never seen one there before. I guess the more you know. Okay, let's be quick about this. But not too quick, we have plenty of fatigue. Let's do a quick moose check, though. I don't see moose. That means it could be anywhere. It could be you. It could be me. Okay. See all this food. We have so much processed food. I'll take the coffee. I'll take the tea. We don't need the sewing, do we?
I'm not sure
it's
I
light
can
enough.
carry much more.
We'll take the flares. And the lantern fuel. So the lantern fuel, there is one more cave on the way back. We can drop firewood. I don't think we'll need a fire on the way back. What else can we drop? We can drop a bunch of this clothing. Anything we're not wearing is not top tier. In fact, I might even drop a warrior cap. No, it's too cute. Tons of food. What can we drop? Oh, another thing that I didn't mention. For the longest time, I was on the quest for a hatchet, because I wanted to cut down saplings to make arrows and to make bows with. But I couldn't find a hatchet for the longest time. It said I could just find pry bar after pry bar after pry bar. I must have found 10 pry bars before I found the first hatchet. And the first hatchet was in like a sneaky little hiding spot, and I almost missed it up in Pleasant Valley. We had to go through like 2 entire regions to find a single damn hatchet. I guess if you have the storm lantern, you really don't need torches. Can we refill this? With our 0.00 fuel supply. It did say 0.00, right? Yeah. Okay, so what else to drop? We don't need a bajillion cloths. Okay, and now we're good to go. In fact, let's eat some of this stuff. And also remember to drop the cans. Because surely we'll never come back here. Peaches, soup, dog food, crackers. No. None of this is anything we need. Alright, drop you. And we're golden. We are golden. Always be ready for a wolf. You never know when fluff will arise. Hopefully that fluff is not a moose, but sometimes, you know, beggars can't be choosers. If you need fluff, you need fluff. And the game is what decides when you need fluff. We got a rabbit, we got a deer. Hopefully we can get all the way to the park without having to worry about anything. I have been misled by deer before. Yeah, honk. I hear you, deer. Okay, I'm going to head a little bit, kind of 2 o'clock to the road here. Right up in that direction. And I don't see any wolves. So, I think we can just go. There might be a wolf off to the left there. But if we stay out of its way, it should stay out of ours. Okay, still looking good. And I don't hear anything. I may have seen a glimpse of black ducking behind one of these acorn trees, but I don't think so. Maybe not a glimpse of black over there to the left. But we should be okay. Also, this is actually another moose spot. I have hunted a moose here in survival, so let's be careful going over this hill. I think we're okay. Yeah, we're okay. There's the wolf down there. Okay, we're set. Man, talk about load off. I am still feeling relieved from finding that damn rifle. And also finding that moose hide satchel, because the rifle weighs 4 kilograms. We have to be still going up and down these ropes to get back. And that means we have to drop a lot of stuff to do it. And all the stuff I have is good. I guess we could drop a bunch of food and matches and that sort of thing. But it still would have been a damn shame. Hoppity hop hop. Okay. One more climb rope to get up the cliff on the far side. And we can probably actually find it because I'm not... Last time I came this way, it was almost pitch black. And that looks like our rock, which means the rope should be right under it. It took longer than I would be proud of admitting. It was fun. So we're going to head back to the coastal highway. And then, I think the biggest barrier to being socked up for this blizzard is probably going to be the firewood. I think we can get most of the way food-wise by hunting a bear. That should be a problem now that we have the rifle and plenty of ammo. And then the next thing to worry about would be... Yeah, probably firewood is the first thing. Yeah, firewood, food, and then we'll see what we need to get. I hope we need something silly like flare. I haven't found a bunch of flare shells. No flare flares yet. Alright, plenty of stamina. We should be okay going up this pretty quick. It shouldn't be too much loss. We'll get trappers, and we'll spend the night there. It's just noon. I think we can go past trappers, but I remember we do need to go into trappers because I dropped a bunch of stuff there. Like a lot of stuff. For example, a maple sapling and birch saplings. Once we have the cured birch saplings, we can do fletching and make some arrows. They ought to be most of the way cured. I think I've left them there for at least 2 days, maybe 3. We were very quick going through Milton and Nushburger Valley, which is the only reason I'm not completely confident that they've cured already. But if they're not completely cured, they should be close. They should be close, and the trapper's cabin is right outside the cave here. Through this ravine, through a little bit of a bit frozen river, into a cave, and then the trapper's right there. The menu of challenges, say these challenge modes, could be completable in 4 hours. Talk about some BS. Talk about some absolute garbage. Sometimes I just like to hear the crunching of his feet. Crunch, crunch, stomp, stomp. You know, thinking back on it and knowing my luck, there's probably some other little poison pill that we have to gather. Some other little item that's going to be a complete bother to find. There's our cave, dead ahead. It's going to be an absolute chore. Well, you know what? We are going to have to do a lot of fishing. Because that's the best way to get lantern oil, and I think we need a bunch of lantern oil. So we will be doing a ton of fishing and fish cooking. That's a good thing to remember. It may be as much as like 5 liters of lantern oil, something completely unreasonable. And luckily it is daytime, and daytime means certainly cave interiors are visible, because that's how global illumination works. Well, it's darker than a Skyrim cave anyway, so it can't be that bad. I also have a recollection of this cave being not particularly involved, which is why I'm not too worried about finding a way, getting lost. Compared to that ice cave, remember how long we were in that? Complete mess. Those ice caves are a nightmare. And the first time I went in, I had only known caves that were, one entrance, one exit before. I was so confused. I saw another ice cave and I was like, wait a second, there can't be 2 caves named Ice Cave, can there? Or even worse, could they be connected? It turns out they're connected. I do remember that body, so I think we're traveling the right way. I think this way. The other way looks shorter and looks like a dead end. Yeah, here we go, this is the exit. The light at the end of the tunnel. Looks a little bit precarious. Alright, now is the bear outside of trappers? No, it's not. Fantastic. Untitled, we also missed it on Friday, I think. I did the Hunted Part 1 and Part 2. Part 1, you get mauled by a bear and it chases you all the way to this cabin. And it was sprinting after me as I was running to the path of the cabin. It almost got me. It was possibly the scariest thing I've experienced in a while. It wasn't an out-and-out jump scare, I mean. Okay, let's see exactly what I dropped here. I'm pretty sure I also dropped a bunch of ammo here too. So you might even have more than like 50 rounds for the rifle. We might have some completely unreasonable number. We definitely have a bunch of firearm cleaning kits here. Okay, show me what you got. Cleaning kit. Sewing kit. Cleaning, sewing. Okay, the birches are almost fully cured. The maple still need like 3 days. Water bottles, food. Did I not drop the ammo? I must have dropped it somewhere else. Where did I drop the ammo? I think if I dropped the ammo, it may have been over the camp cabin. Take the coffee. Simple tools, don't need them. Unless it's here. This looks like clothes. Yeah, that's just clothing. Okay, not here. But you know what? I forgot to pick up my other cooking pot. Luckily, there's one right here. I left 2 cooking pots at that big house in Milton. Okay, water can go here. Oops. Now, we do need a whole bunch of this hardwood firewood. So if we can swing it, I'll bring this back too. I was wondering if there was any ammo underneath, but there wasn't. Bring cedars, for sure. Now, waters will pick those up. And we're kind of slow now. A little bit slow. Because we are about 10 kilos over our nominal carry weight. In my experience, that's when we really start slowing down. Let's eat what we can. And then take a short nap. And try to get to either the camp cabin. Yeah. We'll try to get to either camp cabin or the hydroelectric dam by dusk. So we don't need this many tenders. 8 tenders should be fine. I hope. Our fire starting skill is not super great. Yeah, I think we'll be fine with 4-hour nap. The light is always more lenient in dusk and dawn. Okay, yeah. Heavy. Are we still 48? Fur firewood is pretty rough. Fur is quite heavy. Okay, so what do we need? Food, fine. Softwood, hardwood, we need some of that. Reclaimed wood, that's fine, that's easy. Sticks are easy to find, tenders easy. Bandages are easy, matches are easy. Rifle got, cartridges got, hatchet got, lantern got, water's easy, lots of lamp oil. Okay. Feels like we're more than halfway there.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Let's just make sure we don't run into a bear over one of these hills. I think we should be okay. And we're also not intolerably slow. It's not the fastest, but it could definitely be worse. We can even eat some to lose more of this weight. Okay. Drop that can. Drop that can. Okay, now we are walking into a bear haunt. There's a bear chill somewhere right in front of us, pretty close. If you hear snuffling, you know we're in trouble. Okay, I do hear a woo's forward far. Probably between us and the camp cabin. In fact, almost certainly between us and the camp cabin. And there's no bear in this valley, which does make me feel a little bit concerned about where it could be. We're going to have to be listening very closely going over this hill. Because that's where it could be. And walking against the wind here, rough. And not rough as in roof, roof. Rough as in very slow. Okay, so we have a wolf down here. Hopefully just the one. But that usually means no bears near. And he found us. So, ooh. I kind of want to go that way. But I think we'll need to go the long way. Slightly around. And Buddy sounds like he's trying to get close. So let's just lead him around nice and easy. I think I'd rather have a wolf chasing me than... Ooh, except for the damn wind. Because with the wind we're not fast enough to walk him. God damn it. I swear to God, this freaking wind down. It's terrible. Absolutely terrible. So as long as we can just keep moving. Who knows, maybe he can't go down steep hills. Or Paul's about steep hills, right? Apparently not. Apparently not, but he's keeping his distance for now. If we can get him train tracks, we should have a straight shot all the way to camp cabin and lose him there. I do hope. God, this is barely even anyway. Why are we walking so slow? Jesus. This is just pick up a little bit. Okay, Buddy's still back there. Let's get a couple of bird targets just in case. Just in case we need a little bit of anti-inflammatory. Alright, let's go. Also, I think my connection is doing a thing again where it decides it doesn't want to supply the bitrate I'm telling it to. So if you can still hear me, it's probably pretty laggy if you're watching. Which is always kind of annoying. here, buddy. I also think I hear something ahead and forward, so we may get sandwiched. It's not the best situation to be in, but some people dream of it. Yep, buddy is still maintaining his distance. As long as that's the case, we're fine. We are going to start losing carrying capacity soon, though. Which might slow us down. That's not great. Okay, well, we made it to the train tracks. So there should be no surprises. Buddy give up? No, Buddy did not give up. Well, I suppose it's good exercise for him. Yeah, see you, bud. Man, the camp cabin is always farther away than I feel it should be. Every single time coming this way. You gonna call for that flim or not? Alright, so I think I barely see a couple of pixels where the power line cuts over to the right, where the camp cabin is. It should be before that big dark rock mill in front of us, the one that overhangs to the left. I think it's before there. In fact, I'm getting even more confident that it's before there. I think. Perhaps I shouldn't be, but I think I am. I think I recognize this gentle hill with the dense copse of trees up here. Right. It is indeed dusk, so I don't think we can get to the hydroelectric dam. We made it so spotty, you only hear me speed up and pause, and then... Well, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. I don't know if it's the data or it's my connection, because my connection is only spitting out half what it should be. I don't know where Buddy is walking over to. Okay, Buddy decided he wanted to hunt a rabbit. That's okay. I suppose we're then just part of the circle of life. Which means we have a free shot at the camp cabin. Which is my favorite kind of shot at the camp cabin. Okay, so we'll pop a spot here. I think we'll sleep for 6 hours until about midnight. And then from there...
Something's gotta go.
Well, first off, let's see, is there anything we can stand to drop? I think the answer is no. I think the answer is no. We can eat some food. And we can drink some water, and that'll get our weight down at least a little bit. And even more after we wake up. Okay. It's not the comfiest. It is the coziest. Okay. Never forget the bedroll. Terrible things have happened when I forgot the bedroll. Terrible, terrible things. For now, we're just eating chips for the next snack. And drinking water. It's your data, bro. YouTube is like that too. I suppose that's fair. I suppose that could be fair. Where's the exit though? Yeah. Alright. Now, our clothing is so Gucci, so amazing, that we can walk in the midnight, foggy conditions, with practical impunity.
Might have to drop some gear.
Might have to drop some gear, but not until you get home, buddy. Not until you get back do you get to drop some gear. You know, I should have... It's too late. It's gone. It's too late to go back. I should have checked the camp cabin for some lighter, not light, lantern oil, which I guess is the same... Well, I think lighter fluid is more volatile than lantern oil. But similar enough. That is not a wolf. That is a railroad track. But I think the one thing that I'm not super confident on getting quickly is the 5 liters of lantern oil. Even though we can probably just do a whole bunch of cooking. Not cooking, fishing to get it. I'm confident in the number of hooks that I have. We have 19 hooks. We have 5 extra lines. I'm trying to think. I definitely forgot to pick up a rabbit pelt that I wanted to pick up. And also a rabbit gut. But there might be some things carrying over the electric dam. I don't think so, though. We might have to do some hunting at Mr. Lake. Actually, we're going to hunt a bear at... Not Mr. Lake. We're going to hunt a bear at the coastal highway. It'll give us enough gut, certainly, to fish as much as we please. Certainly that will give us enough. Okay. It would be nice for there to be no wolves. But I can never promise it. Such a thing is mystical. Is mythical. Is the stuff of legends. The no-wolf locations. But it seems like this is one of them. Yeah, we really do have to go over the ravine, don't we? I'm not looking forward to it. I'm definitely not looking forward to it. Oh. A little bit weird how there's a slight aura around trees. It changes the lighting. Strange. That's a wolf. He's probably gonna see us. I don't see how he couldn't see us. I think we walk fast enough. Are you gonna turn around? I'd like to go around that rock to get around him. But is he going to continue forward or turn around? He's going to come this way. Buddy. Buddy, come on. If he smells us, I think we can just... We're probably sideways enough that things should be fine if we just go from here. But I would like to Metal Gear this completely. Because apparently... Nope. Nope, nope, he's coming this way, so we are going in front of him before he cuts us off. Because he moves faster than we sneak. And now we're just going to lead him to the electric dam. All the way there. And we're going to hope that there are no wolves on the bridge or by the gate outside of it. Again, hope against hope. Can't promise it. Okay. Yeah, simplest plan is just follow the tracks. Follow the tracks and believe. Yeah, so I already checked this yellow... What is it? Like the train equivalent of a tugboat? I've already checked it, and there's literally never anything inside these things. At best, you might get, like, a book and a tinder plug. AKA trash loot. The most trash of loot. Okay, I see you, buddy. Oh, you know what? I do hear a wolf. I do hear a wolf in the direction of either the trailers out front or the bridge. So this could get interesting. Although I don't see one on the tracks quite yet. Sometimes they're just flagrantly out here. Not always, but sometimes. I think we may have gotten a little bit lucky. Because as long as we can get onto the bridge, even if there's one to the right, even if there's one under the bridge, it should be an easy walk to the gate, and we'll close that and be just perfectly fine. Perfectly fine, no problems. Yeah, even if there's a guy coming on the left here, we're so far past him that we could walk him just like the guy behind us. Not that these sounds sound good. Although, what is that dark thing at the end of the bridge? That's not a wolf, is it? No, it's too square to be a wolf. I think? It looks like it has 4 legs like a wolf. Alright, Buddy's getting closer, actually. So, I think we need to start finishing this up. By which I mean... Oh, he's chasing. Alright, fine. So anyways, I started blasting. I don't know if I hit or not. It doesn't matter much. Man, and we were literally 10 seconds from making it to the gate. Oh well. Oh well. Let's head over, see if I left anything. I filled an entire locker full of good stuff. Maybe that's where I left the ammo. Let's see if there's anything worth getting from here. You know, we dragged that guy literally from one end of the map to the other. Where's the entrance? Here. And I guess he finally decided, man, this is getting a little bit silly. Let's end this. Okay, lantern fuel. And a storm lantern. We don't need that storm lantern. It's mostly empty anyway. Okay, this is the food locker. We don't need anything from that. This is the stuff locker. And we'll only take the bare minimum, like all this cedar. We don't need the coal. In fact, we don't need the coal so much, and it doesn't count towards what we're looking for. We're going to drop all the coal we have in here. Reclaimed wood is easy enough to find. Sticks are easy enough to find. We don't need a bajillion flares. We'll take the lantern fuel, though. I'll take all the herbal tea. And I'll take any coffee. Just because it's a shame to leave this behind. We didn't leave any coffee behind. Okay, so we are pretty heavy again. But also again, that will be slightly solved. Yeah, this is... Okay, yeah, this is about 1 liter. That's a good start. Yeah, 1.5 liters in total. It's a good start. Let's reload this. Get our shell casing that we can maybe later use to make a lure. With all of the lead that's inside of it. Delicious. And... I guess we can spend a little bit of time repairing this rifle. Always unload your firearms before you clean them. Good thing to remember. Yeah, we'll just repair this to full, and then we can ditch the cleaning kits. If any are left. At least one will be left. This brings us a little closer to dawn, and then we can sleep and actually be able to see where we're walking when we go over the broken railroad trestle. Because Jesus, if I fall on that bridge, having run all around and found all this garbage, I'm going to be furious. Like rage quit furious. All right, we're just pipe cleaning, we're metal brushing. Hopefully we have some hops number 9, or even better, some ballistol. And we're getting there. Sugar, sugar, sugar. Like brushing teeth. Except it explodes later. Okay, and 99% is probably okay. Okay, good. Perfect. Wait, hold on. Is that loaded? Thought I unloaded it. Oh my god, it was loaded the whole time. It reloaded itself. What the hell? What the hell, game? Okay. What can we afford to drop? This is... Okay, what is it? It is 20 softwood / hardwood. Cedar is softwood. Fir is hardwood. Fir is much heavier than cedar. Twice as heavy. And if each only counts for 1, let's ditch the fir. And certainly we don't need more than what? 4 tinder plugs. We definitely don't need 2 magnifying glasses. What else? Did we pick up any clothes? Not really. Oh, combat pants. Why are we not wearing these pants? Oh, because we swapped with the snow pants, that's right. Well, I suppose that means, as good as those are, well, first off, let's put on the better combat pants and wear them. And then, we'll drop the worst pair. Green, 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 green. Oh, and there's also a sapling here. 81% cured. Man, we've done a lot of stuff to come back for this to not be cured. And this is the bedroll I left behind when we went up to Pleasant Valley. And I almost had a headache to death. Okay, we can probably only sleep for, what, 4 hours? We'll eat, we'll drink. That'll bring us down to something like, I want to say, maybe 5 kilograms overweight. And that is totally manageable. Why do I hear wind? I don't like that. I don't like it when it's windy. Okay, we can finally eat these pinnacle peaches.
My stomach.
Oh,
It hurts.
well, that's a first.
Oh, it hurts.
Of course, it must have been from the sardines. Well, it's a good thing we found a ton of medical. Yeah, we have what? 18 antibiotics? Completely fine. Completely fine. Okay. The question, though, are we going to have to sleep here for 10 hours, or can we leave? Let's see if it's still nuking our fatigue or our condition. If it's doing either, we can nap. Man, who would have thought a tin of canned sardines would be the thing to get you? I can't tell, but I think we are losing fatigue pretty fast. You know what? We can do an activity. And in the meantime, figure out. Yeah. Yeah, it's panic mode. I mean, as much as we can be panic mode right now. Really, the bridge is the worst thing that I'm worried about right now. That is my number one concern. Can we drop any of this stuff? We don't need all these maple saplings. There is no way that I will go through more than 2 survival bows in the next 20 days. There's just no way. It's impossible. Especially once we have, yeah, there's no way. Okay, what can we ditch here? We need the lantern. We need the fuel. We don't need so many sewing kits. In fact, we probably don't need any sewing kits. We also probably don't need any flare shells because we don't have a flare gun. I'm trying to think. There are some places that have flare gun containers. I'm trying to think of where the nearest one of those would be. But nothing is coming to mind. There's definitely... Man, it is a lot faster walking back than walking out to Hush River Valley. Yeah, what day is it? It is... Yeah, what? It's been like, what, a day and a half since we found the rifle? Tops? Maybe even less. And the weather is fine. The weather is actually quite acceptable. It could be even darker than this. But I'm having a quite easy time seeing and distinguishing different things. So when it gets down to it, I'm not yet worried. Now, that's not to say that there's no such thing as a sudden onset blizzard. It's happened before, and I'm sure it will happen again. But the question, will it happen in the next 2 minutes? And currently I'm liking my odds. Although, what was it? What was it that they say comes before the fall? Something. Actually, if this is cedar, I might snag it. Too hard to get to. It wasn't important anyway. Not important anyway. Okay. Hashtag shift things. 18 days. 18 days to get a whole bunch of food, a whole bunch of lantern oil. Which means 18 days of a lot of fishing. Man, I still cannot believe that it took 10 damn days to find this rifle. Okay, let's be careful here. We want to... Yeah. We want to start on the right side and then switch to the left side when we're coming in this direction. Yeah. This is mostly visible. Okay. I think, well, it's doable. Let's just be a little bit careful about it. Woof. Just kind of try to keep the track somewhere in the middle. I really have no idea how wide this guy's feet are, so I don't know the grace amount. But just do my best. It's really all that can happen. Okay, here we go. Okay, and in the middle, and over. In the middle, and oof. Didn't like that. Oof, whoa. For some reason that felt like it swayed a little. Woof. No thank you. No thank you. Okay. But that means we're practically back. We are practically back already. In fact, let's eat some dog's best friend, aka man food in celebration. Delicious. And also remember, in the Canadian wilderness, just litter your recycled cans everywhere. Well, I suppose there are trash cans, but they're so far away. We can't really be expected to put all our trash away, can we? Oh my goodness. Okay, so that is the biggest hurdle left. There's only like at most 1 or 2 fluffy things between us and the garage. And we can just drop as much
I need
junk
to
as we
drop
can,
something.
and see exactly how much we have to deal with. Although there were fluffies on the way. So let's just be a little bit careful. It's been a week and a half since then. Surely they've moved. Surely they haven't been just lying in wait with their rumbly tumblies. All right, where's my road? Once we hit the road, Jack, something, 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 don't come back, no more, no more, no more. It should be, yeah, pretty, yeah. Well, I am pretty, but I'm also pretty sure where we are. And I do hear ooze, but I don't see any on the direct path. And once we get around this, not this hairpin, but the next hairpin, we should be pretty clear as far as something fluffy is concerned. In fact, we're moving so fast and we're so far away from over-encumbered, I think we go off-roading. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's a 10 count until we start having a chance to break our leg. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, oof, 8, 9, 10. Okay. That was closer than I would have liked it to be. And that also sounded like a deer running away, so I think that's a wolf. I think. It looked too light to be a wolf, but too gray to be a deer. What the hell was that? What the actual hell was that? That is a wolf. No, it's a deer. Yeah, that's a deer. Okay. It was hard to tell in the shadow. Okay, I hear a wooze quite far away, back by that switchback that we avoided. The next ooze to be concerned about, on the road or on the lakeshore? I guess it's not a lakeshore, the bay shore. But we're not there yet. Okay, this looks fine. Yeah, I think we're still fine. Eventually, we want to cut down to the right here. If we do that, then we can start getting down towards the shore. And that's going to be a much easier way to navigate. Because the garage that we're looking for is in the town that's by the shore, and the garage is right next to the road. And the road goes exactly on the shore, and wow, this is getting foggier. It would have been unpleasant, to say the least, to go over the railroad bridge in this kind of fog. Although it's to the point where I can't quite see the bottom of these hills. So I don't want to just recklessly start running down one. Because sometimes they end in a much more steep incline than you would expect. Like a, we're about to break your ankles and your femurs steepness. Okay, but we made it. And this is the road. So we just follow this until we hit the garage. In fact, we're already on the road. Let's just sprint some. No one's stopping me. No one's stopping me. I hope I didn't pass it. I don't think we passed it yet. If we start seeing mailboxes, we know we're in the right spot. But I'm not sure if we've passed the log sort yet. The log sort comes first. "18 days, 8 hours, and 48 minutes. That should be plenty of time to get some food, right? Oh my god, tell me this is not some nightmare fuel. Walking alone down a foggy road, hearing wolves a-woo in the distance. The difference between this and nightmare fuel is I have guns. Alright, now I wasn't expecting this curve here. I really am beginning to think we overshot the road, the town. But at the same time, I always think I've traveled farther than I actually have traveled. So it's also entirely possible that we haven't hit the town yet. Oh no, I recognize this place. I recognize this break in the road. We haven't hit the town yet. It's actually quite close. I remember walking... Yeah, it's quite close. I walked through this bit to head back to the garage way early on in this run. On the first restocking trip. Okay. But how far do we have to go? Not very, if I recall. In fact, we got a stop sign. That's a good start. Now the only concern, because I'm sure this is the town now. Now the only concern is it wolf infested? Because that does happen. It has been known to happen. Where is my garage? Okay. I think I hear deer noises, so we should be alright. And here's our garage. Yeah, that's a deer noise. Alright, perfection. Absolute cinema. Alright, Jesus.
I wonder if I can drop any of this
Okay,
gear.
let's start by finding the bed. Yeah, look at all this junk I've already dropped here. Start by finding the bed. Then we pop a squat till morning. We can actually sleep until dawn, I think. Six. I would not like to lose... Okay, we're not going to lose well fed. I probably should have checked, but I was feeling confident about it. And can we see anything? Barely. Very barely. But it's enough. Alright. Ooh, we're hungry and we're thirsty. Let's do something about that. With maybe some of this maple syrup. Delicious. And... did I drop any water? I think I must have, right? Alternative, did I drop any soda? No water, no soda, really? I did that to myself? Alright, fine. We needed to make water anyway. Okay, actually the first thing I should do...
Something's gotta go.
Let's grab a save. Alright. So we grab this save. And I think so for me it has been a long time. It has been much longer than I planned on this going. I thought certainly it could only be 4 hours, right? Twice that time later. Let's see how we're doing. Food. We actually already have a decent amount on the floor here. Probably just need to hunt one more bear and then we're good. Softwood, hardwood. Oh, we can drop a bunch of the cedar. That'll be more than halfway there. Reclaimed wood. There is a ton, and I mean a ton, of pallets around town. We'll get that easy. Sticks. Not hard to find. Tinder. Not hard to make from sticks. Bandages. I've got top tier clothing. So any clothing I have here, it's ripped into cloth, and that cloth gets made into bandages. We only need 5 cloth to make 10 bandages. That'll be easy. Matches, done. Rifle, done. Cartridges, done. Hatchet, done. Lantern, done. Potable water, not yet done. We need to find or make. We do have the 2 amazing cooking pots. We can make just a fire outside. That'll be fine. We can get 25 liters. So 2 liters takes 2 hours with our cooking skill. We could get 25 liters in what? 12 or 13 hours of cooking time? Easy. And then the only thing left is lamp oil.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
And we're going to get that from just a lot of fishing. And actually, the first thing we can do, we can actually drop that extra lamp oil that we brought along with us. That'll bring us most of the way, I think. Yeah, lamp oil, we're almost there. We're like only 5 or 6, I don't know how much lamp oil you get from a fish, but we are only a very manageable number of fish away. Okay, this is doable. This is absolutely doable. But I need to feed some cats. So I think we'll call it here. Just grabbed a save. And I'll probably try to clean this one up maybe tomorrow early afternoon. I don't usually get on Tuesdays, but I think I'll give it a try. All right, let's call it there. For those of you still sticking around, thanks for sticking around despite all this walking or running more recently. And we can finally confirm how accurate Canadian forecasters are. So far, they haven't been very good. But this whole time, I've been Yuchi, and I've been trying to find a goddamn rifle. But we made it. I'll see y'all on the proverbial flip side.